In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Today is April Fool's Day, observed in many countries as a light-hearted occasion where people engage in jokes, pranks, and playful deception meant to entertain and create laughter. While the tradition is widely associated with humor, its deeper significance goes beyond amusement, reflecting important aspects of human psychology, social interaction, and cultural expression. Although its exact origin remains uncertain, historical accounts often link April Fool's Day to France, where it is believed to have developed from springtime celebrations marked by festivity, light-hearted mischief. Other interpretations trace its roots to ancient Roman seasonal festivals that celebrated renewal and transition, suggesting that humor has long been tied to moment of cultural change. Beyond entertainment, the day offers philosophical insights into trust, perception, and social behavior. It highlights how easily information can be accepted without verification, reminding individuals of the importance of critical thinking in everyday life. In an age of rapid communication and digital media, April Fool's Day also reflects the broader issue of misinformation and the need for discernment before reacting to claims. From a moral perspective, the observance encourages balance between humor and responsibility. While laughter can strengthen social bonds and reduce stress, ethical considerations demand that jokes do not harm dignity, emotional well-being, or public trust. These reinforces values such as empathy, respect, and restraint in interpersonal relationships. In relation to health and living, humor plays a significant psychological role. Studies in positive psychology show that laughter can reduce stress hormones, improve cardiovascular health, and enhance emotional resilience. However, when jokes become deceptive or harmful, they can produce the opposite effect, causing anxiety, mistrust, or emotional distress. Thus, the quality of humor matters as much as its presence. Ultimately, April Fool's Day serves as a cultural reminder of the dual nature of human interaction, the ability to create joy through laughter, and the responsibility to ensure that such joy does not come at the expense of others' well-being.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Million greetings for joining us. Million greetings for joining us. As we open the second quarter of 2026, Aneke TV Business Desk remains your primary lens into the pulse of the Nigerian economy. Following a historic quarter one performance on the exchange and continued volatility in the global energy sector, we delve into the trends, the numbers, the policy shifts defining your financial future. This is the Business Desk, and I'm Uche Osai. Let's get started. Moving on to the Nigerian exchange performance for yesterday, we'll tell you that the Nigerian equities market closed on a positive note yesterday, Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, rebounding by 0.40% as investors engage in renewed bargain hunting. This performance capped a historic first quarter performance for the exchange, which has seen the All-Share Index reach unprecedented levels. Market performance has been such that the All-Share Index rose by 803.35 points to close at 201,287.78 points. And now we'll take a look at the market capitalization, where we'll tell you that the day ended at 129.2 trillion naira, and there was a significant uptick in activity, with volume improving by 50% and turnover by 39% compared to Monday's session. Despite the overall index gain, the market closed with negative breadth, recording 20 gainers against 50 losers. Now let's quickly take a look at the top performance and decliners. And the top gainers here, we saw Multivax Mining making a positive adjustment of 9.98% to close at 18 naira 35 kobo. And International Energy Insurance equally closed at 3 naira 23 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.49%. They are followed by Chams Holding Company, which equally closed bullish, making a positive adjustment of 8.40%. Now closing is trading at 4 naira 39 kobo. And MTN Nigeria equally bullish as well, closed at 760 naira, making a positive adjustment of 5.85%. And now looking at the top losers, we will tell you that the Nigerian Microfinance Bank made a dip of a 10% adjustment, closing at 6 naira 30 kobo. Skyway Aviation, SACO, equally closed at a dip of 9.97%, making that adjustment to close trading at 143 naira 10 kobo. Yes, Zikis Agro Allied equally in the dip of a 9.96 negative dip, closed trading at 13 naira 65 kobo. And we are seeing Mutual Benefit. Yes, Mutual Benefit closed equally in the dip of a 9.91%, very big dip, to close trading at 4 naira 9 kobo. And then let's quickly run to take a look at market drivers. Looking at the market drivers, starting from sectorial performance, we'll tell you that the rally was largely supported by the consumer goods, which I just saw is a plus 0.24%, and industrial goods saw a plus 0.2%, and oil and gas made a plus 0.08%. And then we'll look at another factor here, which is that of recapitalization fever, where we'll tell you that the insurance and banking sectors continue to see high volatility and increased trading volumes as firms approach the Nigerian exchange to meet new capital requirements. Now, quarter one milestone is another factor here. The market, gained approximately 29.35% year to date, solidifying its position as one of the world's best performing exchanges in the first quarter of 2026. Now, let's quickly take a look at Naira performance, where I will tell you that the Nigerian Naira experienced a day of missed performance on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, as it closed at the first quarter of the year under significant pressure, both the official and the street market. At the exchange rate review, we'll see that the Naira closed against the dollar at the official market at 1,384 Naira 5 kobo, and at the parallel market at 1,420 Naira. And against the British pound, the Naira closed at 1,743 Naira 50 kobo, whereas at the street market it closed at 1,785 Naira. And against the euro at the official market, the Naira was able to close at 1,496 Naira 20 kobo, whereas at the black market it closed 1,530 Naira. And then quickly, one is asking, what are the market drivers? I will tell you that at the official market, the Naira saw marginal depreciation of approximately 0.15% compared to Monday's closing. Despite a mild day high of 1,000, yes, a midday high of 1,350 Naira against the dollar, liquidity remains a challenge as the central bank continues to its effort to clear outstanding forex backlogs. Whereas at the parallel market, the gap between the official and black market rates remain relatively stable at around 35 to 40 Naira, reflecting a cautious sentiment among currency speculators. Then another issue here we did tell you is quarter one closing. Pressures as quarter one close 2026 comes to an end, the increased demand for foreign exchange by manufacturers and businesses for import settlements, equally contributed to the local currency's slight retreat. Another factor here is the external reserve. Recent reports indicate a slight dip in external reserve, which has fueled concerns regarding the central bank's capacity to maintain aggressive intervention in the short term. But the overall outlook for April, is one that suggests continued volatility as the market waits for further policy direction from the Monetary Policy Committee (MPC) meeting. Yes, and then let's quickly run along to take a look at Brent crude performance for yesterday. We will tell you that Brent crude experienced a volatile trading section on Tuesday, March 31st, and it's characterized by sharp intraday swings and eventual softer close as the market reacted to shifting geopolitical rhetorics. Now, the market closed or settled approximately at $104.26 per barrel, down to $3.42 or 3.18% on the day. Yes, and then during the day we saw an intraday high that spiked as high as $118.60 earlier in the day, following aggressive trade comments from the US administration. Then quarterly performance, despite the daily dip, Brent finished quarter one 2026 with a staggering 94% gain, and this is fueled by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, let's quickly take a look at market drivers. Yes, we'll tell you that the escalation hopes is one of the factors here. The late session pullback was triggered by statements from the Iranian presidency, suggesting a willingness to end hostilities under specific conditions, leading some traders to take profits. Yes, another issue here is supply concern, where prices remain historically high due to the effective blockade of major shipping routes, which has removed roughly 20 million barrels per day of petroleum liquid from global transit. And then looking at economic impacts, where we'll tell you that the surge in crude continued to drive up global energy costs, with UK and US fuel prices reaching levels not seen since 2022. Now, having said that, let's quickly take a look at the international market performance for yesterday. And they will tell you that the international market saw a dramatic relief rally, yes, yesterday, being Tuesday, March 31st, as global investors reacted to hints of the escalation in the Middle East conflict. Now, let's quickly take a look at performances and the Americas, where I will tell you that Wall Street recorded its best day since last spring. Nasdaq surged 3.8%, and the S&P 500 jumped by 2.9%, and the Dow Jones soared over 1,100 points, making a positive adjustment of a plus 2.5%. And then moving over to Europe, we'll tell you that in Europe, market closed mostly higher as energy prices stabilized. Major indices like the Stoxx 600 and DAX saw modest recoveries to end a volatile quarter. Yes, and then looking at the Asian markets, we'll tell you that performance was more sober. Yes, South Korea's Kospi tumbled by 4.3%, and Japan's Nikkei 225 lost by 1.6%, largely due to their heavy dependence on energy imports and semiconductor valuation shifts. The broad recovery was fueled by, what I saw in the market generally, was fueled by the broad, this recovery by optimistic comments from the Iranian presidency that we told you about regarding a willingness to negotiate, which eased immediate fears of further escalation, and oil prices to pull back from their daily highs, given that rhetorics. Now, let's quickly run along and give you our market forecast for today. And speaking to market forecast for today, yes, you can see I'm excited about it. The markets analysts expect a mixed but cautious optimistic opening for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, being today, as markets digest the end of volatile first quarter. Now, let's take a look at the Nigerian exchange, starting with the equities, where I will tell you that the market is expected to maintain its bullish momentum following yesterday's 0.40% gain. Yes. Investors are likely to continue cherry-picking large cap, bellwether stocks like MTN Nigeria and Tier 1 banks, though profit-taking may occur in stocks that saw, triple-digit gains in quarter one. Now, looking at our currency forecast, we'll tell you that Naira is projected to remain stable, but pressured around the 1,400 against the US dollar mark. Traders will be watching for any new central bank interventions as the new quarter begins. And then when we look at the global markets and the commodities, we'll tell you that looking at the international stocks now, starting from as yesterday's massive relief rally in the US, Asia and European markets are expected to open stronger, carrying over the positive sentiment from easing geopolitical tension. And then looking at Brent crude, we'll tell you that prices are forecast to trade in a range between, or bound between, a manner between $102 US and $105 US. While the immediate war premium eased yesterday, the underlying supply constraint in the Middle East will likely prevent a significant price drop as at today. And then looking at gold, likely to see a slight softening as investors, rotate out of the gold that is seen as safe haven assets back into equities following the improved global outlook. Now, key watch items today. Yes, we'll start from manufacturing data. From manufacturing data, we will tell you that several nations release purchasing managers index PMI reports today, which will provide a health check on the global economy. Now, quarter two positioning. Today marks the start of the second quarter. Expect institutional rebalancing, which can lead to increased volatility in the afternoon section. And here's our strategic advice to Nigerian investors for today. One, what we'll tell you is diversify. Let me say that again. We're telling you today, Nigerian investors, that you should diversify. Yes, offset local inflation by holding a mix of high-yield Nigerian equities and US-backed assets. Yes, you should diversify, and then your focus should be on the fundamentals as well. Prioritize Tier 1 banks who can overemphasize that. Yes, your priorities should be on Tier 1 banks, and then again the telecommunication stocks as well with strong quarter one earnings have potential to weather forex volatility. If you want me to tell you that again, we are telling you that you look at the diversification, you offset the local inflation by holding a mix of high yield Nigerian equities and used the ones that are backed by US assets. Yes, that's the way to go. And then we are telling you that when you focus on the fundamentals as well, that you should prioritize tier 1 banks and telecom stocks with strong quarter 1 earnings, that has the potential to weather the forex volatility. Then we'll keep telling you again that you should stay liquid. Yes, stay liquid. That's the way to go. Maintain a cash reserve to capitalize on mid-session dips in the Nigerian exchange. Yes, stay liquid. You will need that, because as the market will begin to react to information, rumors, and the rumors of stability coming out from the geopolitical tensions, you need to be liquid in order to maintain a cash reserve that you will use to capitalize on mid-session dips in the Nigerian exchange. Then monitor policy as well. Yes, keep a close watch on central bank. Keep a close watch on central bank. Say there are signals regarding interest rates and further naira intervention may occur as well. So you keep watching the central banks for their moves, as that will influence the position on a lot of things, especially given naira intervention may lead to changes here and there. So, but just like we said, diversify. You stay focused on fundamentals, prioritizing tier 1 banks and telecoms, and then try to stay liquid. That will help you to take positions, cash out from the dips, take positions with the dip, because it's expected today that the rumors coming out from the geopolitical tensions is most likely to influence markets. Some investors may rush, to take profit, while some would take a defensive position. But this will be orchestrated and enabled if you stay liquid. So that's our market forecast for you today, Nigerian investors. That's where we'll hinge our advice for the market today. For the big players in the market, yes, you've heard that you need to stay liquid. So that concludes it on the business desk. And we're telling you to stay informed, stay ahead, and keep your eyes on the numbers. Yes, I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. fresh perspective and forward-looking developments across Nigeria and the international communities. As events continue to unfold on multiple fronts, we bring you accurate, balanced, and timely reports to keep you informed and engaged. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Labour threatens nationwide shutdown over sack of 900 workers. Police commence free veterinary outreach amid rabies alert in Enugu. On the foreign scene, US to exit Iran within weeks as Tehran signals readiness for ceasefire. On business, federal government raises gas price for power generation companies. Now the news in details. The President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has formally declared 3 senatorial seats vacant during plenary, following the demise of members of the 10th Senate. The affected constituencies are Enugu North, Nasarawa North, and Rivers South East senatorial districts, leaving constituents temporarily without representation in the upper legislative chamber. The President of the Senate described the development as a solemn constitutional obligation, noting that the declaration was necessary to uphold legislative integrity and ensure that democratic representation is not unduly prolonged in abeyance. He emphasized that the Senate must act within the bounds of the law despite the tragic circumstances. By virtue of the 1999 Constitution as amended, the declaration triggers the responsibility of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to conduct by-elections in the affected districts. This process is expected to restore full participation of the constituencies in national legislative activities. The development marks a reflective moment for the 10th Senate as lawmakers navigate institutional continuity amid loss while reinforcing commitment to constitutional order and uninterrupted governance. The Defense Headquarters has placed the armed forces on nationwide alert ahead of the Easter celebrations as part of proactive measures to safeguard lives and property during the festive period. The move underscores heightened operational readiness across all theaters. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, announced this during a media briefing in Abuja, assuring Nigerians that troops have been strategically deployed to prevent any form of security breach across the country. He noted that the military is building on lessons from previous festive operations, including Christmas and Eid al-Fitr, where similar strategies were successfully implemented to maintain peace and stability nationwide. The Defense Headquarters also acknowledged ongoing international collaboration, particularly support from the United States, stating that such partnerships are strengthening counter-terrorism efforts with tangible operational outcomes expected in the coming weeks. Residents of Abakaliki in Ebonyi State are facing acute water scarcity, raising public health concerns over the potential outbreak of waterborne diseases. The situation has compelled many households to resort to unsafe and unreliable water sources. Investigations reveal that the disruption is largely linked to damage to water infrastructure during construction work on the Azinyoku Bridge, as well as incidents of vandalism affecting critical supply systems within the state capital. The resulting shortage has driven up the cost of water, forcing residents to depend on private boreholes, vendors, and untreated sources such as ponds and wells, many which pose significant health risk. State authorities have, however, announced ongoing rehabilitation of the Oferebe and Easily water schemes, urging residents to safeguard public infrastructure while reaffirming commitment to restoring sustainable water supply. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has shut down operations at the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company headquarters in protest against the dismissal of about 900 workers. The action signals escalating tensions within the power sector. NLC President Comrade Joe Ajero issued a 48-hour ultimatum demanding immediate reversal of the disengagements, alleging that the company misled Labour by promising to target only staff nearing retirement but instead affected workers with minimal years of service. The protest intensified after union leaders arrived for a scheduled engagement and met the absence of the company's managing director, prompting an immediate shutdown of activities at the facility as a show of industrial resistance. Labour leaders have warned that failure to meet their demands could result in a nationwide withdrawal of services, raising fears of power disruptions across the Federal Capital Territory and neighboring states as concerns mount over stability in the electricity distribution system. Governor Peter Mba has approved the promotion and conversion of 2,114 civil servants in Enugu State with immediate implementation and full financial benefits attached to the exercise. The chairman of the Enugu State Civil Service Commission, Mr. Robinson Odo, said the approval covers officers who participated in the 2025 promotion exercise across grade levels 01 to 17, describing the development as a major morale booster. The head of service, Dr. Godwin Anibo, noted that the administration's reform-driven policies have created an enabling environment for improved productivity, supported by investments in digital capacity building and institutional efficiency. The state government reiterated its commitment to workers' welfare, highlighting prompt salary payments and enhanced minimum wage structure, while positioning the civil service as a critical driver of its development agenda. And still in the Enugu State, the police command has commenced a 3-day free veterinary outreach as part of activities marking the 2026 National Police Day, targeting improved animal health and public safety. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Daniel Ndukwe said the exercise is being conducted at the Police Veterinary Clinic, Mopo 3 Base, Enugu, offering anti-rabies and other essential vaccinations alongside free treatment and consultation services. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Maman Giwa, urged residents to take advantage of the initiative, emphasizing its role in strengthening community relations and preventing zoonotic diseases. Meanwhile, the state government has confirmed a rabies outbreak in Igbo Etiti local government area, with Commissioner for Agriculture Dr. Patrick Ubru advising residents to vaccinate pets, restrict animal movement, and report suspected cases promptly. Still in Enugu State, the UNICEF has commended the state government for its investment in child nutrition, describing the state as a front-runner in adopting multiple micronutrient interventions in Nigeria. UNICEF country representative Wafa Said, represented by Nemat Hajiboy, made the commendation during the handover of nutrition commodities under the Child Nutrition Fund to the state government. The intervention includes supplies such as ready-to-use therapeutic food and multiple micronutrient supplements ahead at addressing malnutrition among children and pregnant women across vulnerable communities. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the Deputy Governor reaffirmed the administration's commitment to sustain collaboration with development partners, noting the structured distribution systems have been established across all local government areas. The Lagos State Police Command has ordered the immediate withdrawal of the Environmental Sanitation and Special Offences Unit from all traffic enforcement duties across the state. Commissioner of Police Tijani Fadai directed that the unit cease traffic control operations as part of broader reforms to enhance accountability and streamline enforcement responsibilities. Police spokesperson SP Abimbola Adebisi stated that the directive is aimed at eliminating operational overlap and ensuring that only designated agencies handle traffic management in Lagos. The command assured that the unit will continue its statutory functions in environmental sanitation and special offences, while urging residents to verify the identity of enforcement personnel and report misconduct appropriately. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Labour threatens nationwide shutdown over sack of 900 workers. Police commence free veterinary outreach amid rabies alert in Enugu. Coming up shortly. On the foreign scene, United States signals planned exit from Iran as Tehran expresses readiness for ceasefire. On business, federal government reviews upward gas pricing for power generation companies. We'll be right back shortly.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and
supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. United States President Donald Trump has stated that the United States could disengage from its current posture toward Iran within 2 to 3 weeks once it is satisfied that Tehran no longer has the capacity to develop a nuclear weapon in the near term. The president made this known while addressing reporters at the Oval Office. President Trump asserted that ongoing diplomatic signals from Iran indicate a willingness to negotiate, but emphasized that any potential agreement would not alter Washington's strategic timeline. He maintained that U.S. actions are guided strictly by national security priorities rather than diplomatic overtures. On the Iranian side, President Masoud Pezeshkian reiterated Tehran's readiness to de-escalate tensions, stating that Iran possesses the political will to end hostilities, provided there are credible guarantees against future aggression. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping has intensified diplomatic engagements aimed at securing a ceasefire as global powers continue efforts to further escalation and stabilize the region. United States President Donald Trump has signed an executive order introducing sweeping changes to the administration of mail-in voting across the country. The directive mandates federal agencies to compile verified lists of eligible voters to support state-level electoral processes. The order stipulates that absentee ballots will only be issued to individuals captured on the verified registers and introduces enhanced security features, including uniquely barcoded envelopes to ensure traceability and prevent irregularities in ballot handling. The administration has defended the policy as a necessary intervention to strengthen electoral integrity ahead of forthcoming elections, insisting that the measures are designed to eliminate vulnerabilities within the voting system. However, legal analysts have raised concerns over potential constitutional conflicts, noting that the election administration is traditionally under state jurisdiction. The development is expected to trigger judicial review where stakeholders contest the scope of federal authority in electoral matters. The White House has warned that the United States military is fully prepared to counter any hostile actions from Iran following reported threats against American interests in the Middle East. The warning comes amid heightened tensions involving Iran's elite military formations. According to U.S. officials, the threats were issued by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which signaled intentions to target American-linked entities in the region. The development has prompted increased security alert levels. A senior administration official disclosed that recent defense operations have significantly reduced the success rate of missile and drone attacks, reflecting improved surveillance and interception capabilities deployed by U.S. forces. Authorities in Washington have also placed American businesses operating in the region on heightened alert, while reaffirming their commitment to safeguarding both economic assets and personnel against any form of aggression. First Power Electricity Distribution Company has attributed persistent power supply challenges in a number of states to widespread electricity theft and infrastructure vandalism. The disclosure was made by the Managing Director, Mr. Okechukwu Okafor, during a stakeholders' engagement in Onitsha. The company reported significant financial losses running into hundreds of millions of naira due to illegal connections, meter bypassing, and deliberate damage to critical installations, which continue to undermine service delivery. As part of corrective measures, First Power announced a zero-tolerance policy, including intensified monitoring and prosecution of offenders under existing electricity laws, with penalties that may include imprisonment. The firm also outlined plans to accelerate prepaid meter distribution to eliminate estimated billing, while calling for public cooperation to protect its infrastructure and ensure sustainable advancements in electricity supply. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has announced an upward review in the price of natural gas effective
from April 1st, 2026. The base price has increased from $2.13 to $2.18 per unit. The regulatory authority explained that the adjustment aligns with provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act and reflects prevailing market realities necessary to sustain investment and guarantee supply stability within the sector. Commercial consumers are also affected, with prices rising to $2.68 per unit, a development expected to impact operational costs across industries reliant on gas for production and energy. Energy analysts warn that the increase may have downstream implications for electricity tariffs and the general cost of living as stakeholders monitor the broader economic effects of the pricing adjustments. Now in sports, Governor Abdurrahman Abdulrazak has congratulated Mr. Samson Adamu on his appointment as Acting General Secretary of the Confederation of African Football, describing it as a milestone achievement for Nigeria. The governor noted that the appointment marks the first time a Nigerian is occupying the position in CAF's history, expressing confidence in Adamu's capacity to strengthen football administration across Africa. Samson Adamu previously served as CAF Director of Tournaments and Events and succeeds Veron Mosengo Omba, who vacated the office to pursue political engagements in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The appointment, ratified at the CAF Congress in Cairo, is expected to enhance Nigeria's influence in continental football governance and promote institutional reforms within the organization. Nigeria's national football team, the Super Eagles, played a 2-2 draw against Jordan in an international friendly match held in Antalya, Turkey, in a game marked by late drama and disciplinary concerns. Jordan took an early lead through Musa Al-Tamari, but Nigeria responded with goals from Moses Simon and Emmanuel Fernandez to take a 2-1 advantage before halftime. The match dynamics shifted in the second half following an injury to goalkeeper Francis Uzoho, which disrupted Nigeria's defensive structure and allowed Jordan to equalize through Mohamed Al-Dawood. The encounter ended on a tense note as Alex Iwobi received a late red card for unsportsmanlike conduct, highlighting concerns over discipline as the team prepares for future competitions. Now in entertainment, a reported public rift between Nollywood actresses Funke Akindele and Toyin Abraham has drawn widespread attention following an incident at a recent film premiere hosted by Iyabo Ojo. Eyewitness accounts indicate that an apparent snub during the event has intensified speculation about long-standing tensions between the two prominent figures in the Nigerian film industry. Iyabo Ojo, speaking via social media, acknowledged prior attempts to reconcile both parties, but indicated that such efforts had not yielded lasting resolution, prompting her decision to step back from mediation. The development has generated significant reactions within the entertainment community, with stakeholders urging professionalism and restraint as the situation continues to evolve in the public domain. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian Labour Congress, led by its president, Joe Ajaero, has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company over the disengagement of about 900 workers, warning that failure to reverse the action will result in a nationwide industrial shutdown. The union has condemned the sack as unjust and accused the company of breaching earlier agreements on staff welfare. The Enugu State Police Command, under the leadership of Commissioner of Police Mr. Maman Giwa, has commenced a 3-day free veterinary outreach offering anti-rabies vaccination and treatment for animals. The initiative, announced by the Police Public Relations Officer, SP Daniel Ndukwe, coincides with a confirmed rabies outbreak in parts of the state, with residents urged to take preventive measures. On the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has indicated that the U.S. may disengage from its current posture toward Iran within weeks, contingent of assurance regarding Tehran's nuclear capabilities. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has expressed readiness to end hostilities provided there are guarantees against future escalation. In the business sector, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has announced an increase in the price of natural gas supplied to power generation companies. The regulatory body stated that the adjustment is in line with market realities and provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act, with implications for electricity generation and cost of power supply nationwide. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that will charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, oh, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. We are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable, but it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting because, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will now begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. But they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should reduce it a little. the amount for buying unit of light. They should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV. Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Well, the sun is up. The coffee is off. We're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Wednesday, 1st April 2026. So it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock update, hot topics, and that Sunrise Spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the cruise, because Sunrise is set sail.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates, everything you need to stay informed will be delivered hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And of course, we'll wrap things up by bringing you the business update and the man of many parts, the sports oracle, mental mechanic. He is indeed a man of many parts, to leave you smiling.
Now to our inspiration segment, which says, every generation must recognize and embrace the task it is peculiarly designed by history and by providence to perform. This is a quote from Chinua Achebe, and this quote means every generation has its own unique responsibilities, shaped by its time and circumstances. No generation exists by accident. Each is placed in history to confront specific challenges and fulfill certain duties. Achebe is urging people to be aware of their era, identify what is required of them, whether it's fighting injustice, rebuilding society, or driving progress, and take responsibility instead of being passive. In essence, it is a call to purpose, awareness, and action. Understand your time and do what it demands of you.
All right. Thank you very much for bringing up that noble quote from the great man himself, Chinua Achebe, telling us that every generation must recognize and embrace the task it is peculiarly designed by history and by providence to perform. And this morning, we may be glad to tell you that, yes, every generation indeed must recognize and embrace the task it is particularly designed for. And what is our own task? And I can tell you that our task is to build a Nigeria that is sustainable, a Nigeria that will be good for our children and their children as well. Yes, it is our responsibility to rise, put all hands on deck, and work towards a better future. A future not just the one that we enjoy, but the one that generation next would say, indeed, we lived up to our bidding, that we fulfilled our part, and that we embraced the task that we were designed for. We would be remembered by history for having played our part. And you may be asking this morning, how are we going to play our part? Yes, there are many ways we can play our part. And majorly, part of it is to embrace our civic responsibility. Yes, you heard me clearly. Embrace your civic responsibility. Do not give in to political apathy. You know, it is said that when good men shy away from leadership or from politics, then they leave leadership for the worst of us. God forbid that we allow the worst of us continue to determine and steer the ship of this nation. Therefore, we should embrace the ways of the great man himself, Chinua Achebe, by knowing that history beckons, that the future depends on us. We may have been failed by the generations before us, but we need not fail the generation next. So, dust that your voter's card, and if you do not have it, go to the nearest Aneke station, grab a voter's card, and be ready, because soon politicians will come calling with wads of crispy nose in hands and cups of rice and gari to entice you. No. With your voter's card in your hand, you can shape the next phase of this nation. You can indeed make it a better nation for the generation next. And with that in your hand, you are indeed embracing your part in that task which every generation has, and history will be favorable to us.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This
is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Awka, Anambra State. The day begins warm and humid, with patches of cloud hanging around. By afternoon, temperatures surge to 32 to 35 degrees Celsius, bringing that intense, sticky heat the region is known for. As the day winds down, expect rumbling thunderstorms or sudden heavy showers, cooling things off while leaving the air damp and fresh, with the occasional lingering drizzle into the night.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the cold city. Morning comes in slightly cooler at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius with a light hazy feel. The afternoon turns up the heat to from 33 to 36 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest spots today. Before clouds gather dramatically, by evening, expect rain showers and possible thunderstorms, followed by a cooler, calmer night with fresh, rain-washed air.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Morning opens calm and slightly bright, about 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but don't be fooled. Afternoon brings strong heat at about 33 to 36 degrees Celsius with clouds gathering overhead. By evening, thunderstorms may break out, briefly intense before settling into a quiet, slightly cooler night with traces of moisture still in the air.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up to a humid and cloudy morning, ranging between 25 degrees Celsius to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, the cloud transitions into around 32 to 34 degrees Celsius. As the cloud thickens, thunderstorms are likely to roll in, bringing bursts of rain. The night stays warm and moist with intermittent showers and that familiar post-rain freshness.
Good morning, Omahia. The day starts mild and cloudy at about 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, but by afternoon it climbs to 32 to 34 degrees Celsius with heat building steadily. Later on, rain showers are expected, sometimes steady rather than sudden, easing the heat. Nighttime feels humid and calm, with occasional light rain and a cool breeze slipping through.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and keep an umbrella close. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report today here on Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today. Nation, Punch, Vanguard, Sun, Daily Trust, and the Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum, to give flesh to these whole news issues. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Good. And you look fresher, more smiling. I suppose Nigeria is treating you well.
Fair.
Fair. Still fair.
Yes,
At least thank God for stability.
All right, we go to the newspaper headlines from the Nation newspaper. We have Senate, House passed 68.8 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill. Now we go over to the Punch headline which says federal government eyes oil windfall to fund 9 trillion budget gap. We go over to the Guardian headline which says NAS OK's 68.3 trillion budget shifts burden of funding execution to federal government. Now we go back to the Vanguard newspaper which says just killings. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Caleb Mutfwang, Nigerian Bar Association vow justice. Now to the Daily Trust we have Tinubu moves for new loans, debt to hit 195 trillion naira. Now in the Daily Sun we have experts raise alarm as NAS approves 9 trillion increase in 2026 budget, fresh $6.9 billion loan. We go over to the Punch headline which says federal government eyes oil windfall to fund 9 trillion budget gap. The federal government is looking to leverage increased oil revenues to cover a 9 trillion budget deficit, signaling reliance on favorable oil market conditions to stabilize finances and support planned expenditures. This is how the federal government is looking to finance the 2026 budget, looking at the overture, we could say overlapping of the 2025 budget, and Mr. President has sent letter to the National Assembly to, request for a new loan. And when Nigerians hear, when we hear about the Mr. President asking for a new loan, everybody starts to go haywire. But from what we are having this morning, it is so that we can have the 2026 budget could be together, and things that should be done with the budget should be done with it. Now, I would also bring this to the stabilizing finances and support planned expenditures, looking at the crude Brent oil price that has escalated since the war in that's the Middle East tension between US, Iran, and Israel started. It moved from Nigeria's benchmark in the oil price was $68, and now it has moved up to $118. And this is to see that even though the federal government is making a gain from what we're having, because this is where they set their benchmark, but there's still the demand for loans, the demand for more input in the already set budgets. So this is what we're having this morning.
All right, Mr. Rez, let's dive into this.
Well, you see, we talked about a two-way traffic coming from the crisis in the Middle East. That certainly Nigeria is going to gain and Nigerians are going to lose. When we say Nigerians are going to lose, the effect on domestic goods, goods and services has so much deteriorated. When I say prices have gone up, the common man cannot afford to buy fuel. These prices, transportation is at the high cost because of the finished products, petroleum products prices. You see, the petroleum product prices are the high, especially the PMS that is more in use in the country. And of course, it has gone up to 1,400 naira per liter. Yeah, but at the same time, the federal government is getting the cost oil prices has soared, that is the crude prices. And the crude prices at $118 per barrel means that we, the country, as it is making a whole lot of profit. But we remember that the subsidy regime has gone. So there's no point, the money that's going to be gotten from that will not be, now used for subsidy. Instead, federal government intends to, put that or plow that back into development, which of course they anticipated that the budget deficit, from 2025 that was overlapped, that it has to be used in ensuring the budget deficit. Remember that now that we are going into more debts, that is to say, because you already, during your headline, you said it is expected that the total debts, Nigerian debts, would have risen to 195 trillion. And you know what it means. 195 trillion is quite a huge sum of money. And of course, the domestic debts is about 81 trillion or thereabout, over 81 trillion, the domestic debt. And the foreign debt is over $48 billion. So you see, and as at now, we talk about our foreign reserve at $51 billion. It is something that just can sustain Nigeria for 2 months in terms of trying to pay for trade across trade, goods and services internationally. So the tendency is that the Nigerian masses may indirectly begin to gain from the excess crude fund that is coming as a result of $118 per barrel. And how there? Because government is going to use them to possibly work more on infrastructure, work more on social services and all that. You give Nigerians social services, health services. All these things are encompassed in social services that will change the lives of the ordinary Nigerian. But saying is one thing, doing is another. The National Assembly on its own, you see, Nigeria, the federal government came for a loan of $6 billion. Honestly, people are wagging their mouths. People are tongue lashing the government of the Federation for hurriedly going for loans or going for loans persistently going for loans, which has, of course, pushed up our debt burden. And debt management in Nigeria is taking over 60% to 70% of our annual budget. Debt servicing. Debt servicing is not easy. That is why the budgets are not performing. That's why the budget is, the last year's budget is about 41%, which is below par. At the moment, it is just a P. The last point of pass is just a P. So it has not done even beyond the average. It has not even gone beyond it. It has not even gone to the level of average, let alone going beyond average. So what are we saying? We are saying that the economy is, of course, in a tight corner. The economy of the country is in a tight corner by such a borrowing. But worst of it all is that the National Assembly, the Senate, approved the letter from the presidency for the $6 billion budget within 4 hours. It is not done. It is not done in the legislative process. But we are beginning to see a lot of stamp assembly. And so says even the opposition.
Members of the opposition, Atiku Abubakar, Obi, Kwankwaso, and many other financial experts were of the opinion that it does not speak well of the government of Nigeria. It does not speak well of a balanced legislative assembly for them to grant a 6 billion loan within 4 hours. We are talking about 4 hours. It did not even last a day, which means that it is now a rubber stamp kind of legislature where anything goes. There's no interrogation. There's no scrutiny. There was no time to look at where this money is. Of course, they said that about 1 billion, they think a proper work. And 1 billion of that fund is part of the loan that's going to be used for the rehabilitation. So, and why is it 1 billion when the contract is about $746 million? So, these are all the problems associated with just getting loan. And of course, although government has said, saying is one thing, doing is another. Let us hope that the government will effectively implement the purpose for which they have taken, they are going to take this loan from. And the IMF has said that low incomes in the countries are facing a lot of problems in terms of taking loans. That is the LICs.
All right. Thank you very much for that in-depth analysis on this very issue. I would anchor on the point from based on the loan, the budget appropriation where the National Assembly has gone ahead to approve for Mr. President. And listening to Mr. President, he said that this is to ensure fiscal transparency. And you rightly pointed out that it will be shared into projects that will see to the welfare of the people, which is paramount for me. However, when we look at this issue critically, one begins to look at what are the items that the government is focusing on, where this extra will be plugged into. You know, just yesterday we were speaking to the numbers, several billions amounting to 2.something trillion that was approved to the military, which is not part of the statutory allocation to the military. That is said to be special intervention fund. Now, when we take a look at this appropriation bill that has been speedily passed by the National Assembly, what are the line-to-line items that this money will be plugged into to improve the welfare of the people? These are the questions. Because when you interrogate this special intervention fund that is said not to be statutory allocation, you may be forced to ask question that there are a whole lot of homogeneous amount that is unaccounted for, that is plunged into unidentified projects as well.
That is going to be plunged into. That is going to be. You know, these things are budgets. Sometimes the budget fundings are not effectively done. So when you have a budget, you budget, but based on your income, based on the realization of your income, because of the fact that you have already pegged the budget at $68 per barrel. That is the expectation of where you're going to get the funding from. So that is exactly why it is so. You're getting the funding from your source of income. And when you get funding from your source of income, it is when you realize these monies that you now talk about how you're going to use it. That is why most often, sometimes, these monies are not realized. For instance, if the Middle East crisis is not there, there won't be any expectation of a 9 trillion to come. But it is based on the fact that the oil prices are so skyrocketed. And sometimes when you peg at 68, it might go down to 60. And then you begin to have deficit upon deficit as you go on. So But at the same time, you are right in interrogating or questioning what are the things, enumerated things that government intends to use these monies for. Well, we have to now begin to talk about the budget. Budget is made of the recurrent and the capital expenditure. It's only when you come to the current expenditure, which has to do with the government spendings, the salaries, the overheads, the grants to agencies and ministries and parastatals, then you will now come back to the actual projects which government intends to put money into. That is, for instance, electricity, for instance, health, for instance, sometimes communication. You talk about launching a new communication satellite into the orbit and working towards its workability and all that. And so many other capital roads, the road constructions that are ongoing, you keep budgeting because these roads are not finished in just 1 year budget. So you keep budgeting, allotting money to those roads as they are ongoing. There are roads that started, so many years, about 10 years ago in Nigeria, yet they are not finished.
All right. Thank you for that in-depth analysis and insight into this issue. But the point I'm making is to, like you just pointed out, to government being able to implement this budget to the letter. I have no issue with this increment, in budget. I have no issue with the numbers. Where I have issues are over time. Like I always say, we do not have issue with policies and good planning and budgeting, but the issue is always implementation, which is why I was, referring to that revelation yesterday about 2-point-something trillion unbudgeted money that is said to be special intervention to the armed forces and paramilitary. Where the money come from, we cannot specifically say because it is not budgeted for, is not in the statutory allocation that is approved for the armed forces. But somebody is approving this fund in the name of special intervention to the military and paramilitary, running since 2023 to date, dispatched in tranches of 100 billion naira. And I'm saying, if we have that humongous amount flying outside the budget, then one may be forced to take a keen observation as to, like you did point out, about government having unfinished projects that money needs to be plunged into. So what my concern is that, yes, government has increased this appropriation bill, expectedly the budget of their plans, but let us say that they are executed, that the items for which this money are supposedly meant for should be executed till the letter, and then is become that a budget that was benched on $64 per barrel. Now, what's the price of Brent crude in the market? Above $100. So it's a windfall. Then government coming ahead to say that this money is, plunged into somewhere is commendable. But looking at the speediness with which this appropriation was speedily passed by the National Assembly, from where the budget was to the addition we are seeing, they moved the budget to 68.32 trillion naira from 58.18 trillion naira, and then it was passed speedily to 68.32 trillion, and then no one goes further to interrogate the issue. You see that the actual amount the executive, did submit to the National Assembly was 67.3 trillion, but what was approved was 68.32 trillion, having roughly an additional of 1 trillion naira. And then, okay.
Yeah, you see, when you are going for a budget, it is not as if it is not cast on stone that whatever the executive sends to the National Assembly is such that we approve. The National Assembly deems, if it deems it expedient to cut what has been forwarded, they will cut. If they deem it expedient to increase what has been forwarded, they have a committee on budgeting who which looks at the government must have submitted, and then after a review, they might go, suggest to the National Assembly, the plenary, for either an increase or a decrease of the budget. And that is exactly what they have
That's
done.
exactly what has happened
So
here.
that is the extra they have done. And they have their reasons for doing
Of course, the National Assembly, in their wisdom, always have their reasoning. But I wish and I hope that it's not anchored on the pessimistic views of our former president, when he speaks about the corruption in National Assembly, budget padding and all that, So this shouldn't be what we're witnessing in this time around. That's the point I'm trying to make. But give and take, it's good that we're seeing that government, has plans to accommodate this windfall and plunge it into the budget. But like I did say, the most paramount thing here is execution, executing it to the letter.
All right, we go over to the Daily Sun. We go to the Daily Sun newspaper where we have the El Rufai story. El Rufai returns to ICPC detention as court adjourns bail ruling. El Rufai returns to ICPC detention as court adjourns bail ruling. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasser El Rufai has been returned to the custody of Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) after a court session ended without a decision on his bail application. The court adjourned the ruling on his bail request to a later date, leaving him in detention. Pending further judicial determination. That is what we're having in the Daily Sun. And
all right, Mr. Rez, let's quickly look at the issue of ICPC and El Rufai here. The other day we saw him burying his mother. Do we say that he was allowed to go on sympathy grounds?
Yes, of course, on compassionate ground, he was released for the burial of his mother. Of course, the mother died in faraway Cairo, and the corpse was taken down here, and because of that humane disposition in humans, it was given that thought to release him so that he'll be able to bury the mother. And of course he did, and they went back to detention. They took him back to detention pending the ruling on his bail. And today, the court is going to hear it today, as we are talking. They should be in court at this time. There are chances he could be given bail today or not. So he also went to court against the magistrate who signed warrants to search his house in Abuja. Of course, he has since withdrawn his counsel, his lawyer, withdrew that aspect from the aspect of the magistrate, because that magistrate is not identified yet, so they had to withdraw the case against him. So, and the court granted same. So, until the ICPC, of course, we were earlier thinking that ICPC should have taken him to court earlier. They didn't, but at the end of the day, they now took him to court. And let us see what it's going to be like. Some of the cases against him was his allowance, what he took as severance, which should be within 20 million. They found that it's 208 something million, and that's what they are querying. And of course, other issues that has to do with when he was the administrator, that is the governor of Kaduna State, and some of his activities there. The ICPC is looking at if there are, or believing that there are corrupt practices which he should defend himself on. And if he's found guilty, certainly they may send him to jail, to court, to prison. But if he's found not guilty, he will be discharged and acquitted. But there was one thing we have been thinking over the months since his arrest. Let us not see El-Rufai being, intimidated and made to, because he has been unequivocal in speaking about some of the maladies of this administration, and there's been a face-off between him and the administration leadership, which had hitherto been good until the administration came into power. And when the National Assembly rejected his nomination as a minister, he felt there's an underhand from the leadership, and of course he left because the interest is no longer protected.
Yeah, but the point here is standing on the rule of law. Looking at this whole issue is continued incarceration or detention, to use the word. I bet the fact that he's been taken to court, one may think that if ICPC on compassionate ground could release him to go and bury the mother, they should equally, on self-recognition, grant him bail to pursue his case. This is not a capital offense. Here we may attribute it to criminal and civil jurisprudence here. And this is an eminent citizen, which is why over time we've spoken to the government not being seen to be witch-hunting political opponents. So I'm asking this morning, shouldn't ICPC, that has on compassionate ground let him go to bury his mother, grant him bail on self-recognition rather than the continued detention or incarceration?
Well, you see, we are now talking about compassion. We are now hinging it on sentiment now. So it is based on sentimental issues that they are releasing for the burial of the mother. But for the provisions of the law, he should be in detention.
So does any part of the law give the provision to allow him go bury his mother? If that's sentiment?
It did not. It did not allow. It is at the discretion of the ICPC. And it's still at the discretion of ICPC to release him on self-recognition. At this discretion. So it is not upon us to determine. It is not upon us to determine whether ICPC will act based on their discretion to either release him or not to release him.
Okay. There are rumors emerging, I bet the father who do not know how far this is, that there seems to be a coercion for him to capitulate politically and go into some agreement, either not to go against the administration. So the continued detention of Malam El-Rufai will be seen to be a political witch hunt or politically motivated.
Which is subtle coercion, try to make him to go back and rescind his words and his pledge and position politically. It is possible. It is possible it could be done. This is exactly a part of the instruments of politics and governance.
All right, we go back to the Daily Trust, where we're having Tinubu moves for new loans. Debt to hit 195 trillion naira. Tinubu moves for new loans. Debt to hit 195 trillion naira. The federal government is seeking additional borrowing, which could push Nigeria's total debt to 195 trillion naira, raising concerns over rising debt levels and fiscal sustainability. The federal government is seeking for another loan, which could give us this humongous amount of debt and the amount we're going to service in debt. Not talking about the other day, Mr. President was in UK for the 746 million euro deal. And now we're having this new loan from the international community. I think like I said before, when we hear about loans, we are all pushed. Everyone is like, "What is it again?" And the previous administration had roughly 77 to 87 trillion loans. Like the loan that they borrowed was about 77 to 87 trillion loan, and now we're having almost a double of it as an administration in just 4 years. This particular loan was in the space of 2015 to 2023. I'm talking about the late President Muhammadu Buhari administration. Now we are having President Tinubu. Just in 4 years, we are reaching up to 195 trillion naira in loan. And what does this actually do to our economy when we are trying to bring in money to help the budget?
Your first paper, had, a linked headline to this headline. So this headline is all about the federal government 6 billion loan, which of course went to the National Assembly, $6 billion.
Yes.
Well, we are not talking about naira this time. $6 billion loan he applied for at the National Assembly. So, and that's exactly what I was saying. Taking loan is important in a developing economy, but using the loan to effectively take the country to another level is another thing. And Nigeria, with all the attendant factors associated with loan taking and usage and implementing of policies, it has not been well with us. We have always had problems implementing many of our projects, our policies. So taking just such a huge sum of money, well, certainly they said it's going to go into this, and so on and so forth. But I do not know if these loans were part of the 68 trillion budget. If these loans were part of the 68 trillion budget or additionals, if they come, because the loan has not been taken, he has only applied for the approval, then he will go in and begin to negotiate for the loan through the agency, the organizations that are giving out this money, either the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, African Development Bank, as the case may be, the Paris and the Paris Club, the English Club, and so on. So he has not taken the loan, but he has applied for the loan. And of course, the loan has been approved. And now, the question I ask, if the loan has been included in the 68 trillion budget, if it is not, it means he will still have to come for a budget to accommodate the expenditure of that loan when he comes. So, taking loan is one thing, but it is becoming because people are saying that there's a mortgage of Nigerians. Nigerians are being mortgaged for debts, good debts, which might tell negatively on them in future. So we should be very mindful. Government should be mindful of the way they take these loans. They have to manage what they have. Nigeria is said to be rich because they are making money, especially now that the oil is high. And of course, if we go into a solid mineral, we'll begin to make even more money. They make money from crude, they make money from LNG, they make money from other solid minerals, although not effectively being regulated. So by the time we sit down to regulate the solid mineral sector in such a way that it will of course bring more money, and if we go back into agriculture, then we will make as much money as possible, especially from palm, groundnut, cocoa, and so on. So Nigeria is rich. So why are we taking all these loans? And these loans, we do not see the loans working. Because I expect that when we take these humongous sums, we'll begin to have electricity. I expect that when we begin to take these monies, we'll begin to have beautiful healthcare system that will make other nations of the world to visit Nigeria for health tourism. But we are not seeing them. So what happens to this money?
All right, that's quite apt. But where I anchor on is the fact that, economists tell us that there's nothing wrong in borrowing. It depends on what you're borrowing for. If you are borrowing for development, if you are borrowing to generate more wealth, they try to explain it out that there is nothing wrong in borrowing. And on that ground, I concede to the administration's borrowing. But the question, like you did raise, are quite germane. What are they borrowing for? And one would expect that a time like this is not a time that the nation Nigeria would go for borrowing. We are having a windfall. We hinged our budgets on $64 per barrel of crude oil. And here, crude is selling as high as 110 US dollars per barrel and above.
480.
Yes, and above. Now, we are going for more loan. The question you raised are germane. One expects to see tremendous improvement given the number of loans that we've taken since the life of this administration and the ones before this administration. Where are the marked improvements? These are the questions to ask. However, above this, I ask, what are the structured repayment plan for this loan? These are the issue. This loan, is it in any way going to make us pay an additional tax? Speaking to the masses, is it going to have impact on increment on taxes? Is it going to have impact on inflation that would yield more pressure on the economy? These are the questions. And over time, one is not inundated with the fact of how these loans will be restructured. And I'm forced to begin to question why at this time, where we are enjoying supposedly a windfall, that the government, through the crisis in the Middle East, Iran, has struck up opportunity that there are more money accruing to the Federation. And I ask, yes, we've seen a budget proposal. We've seen an appropriation bill that has been passed speedily. And this loan that we'll speak to equally has been, like you observe, within 4 hours, speedily passed by the National Assembly. Then the question is, are we going to see the requisite developmental infrastructures, improvement on economy, improvement on light, like you did mention? Are we going to have better road network, improved health care as a result of this windfall? Reminding me to ask the question, what happened with the windfall, the Gulf windfall, during the Babangida administration? If care is not taken, are we going to toe the same line? Because we celebrated the Gulf windfall that came. And then, if you ask anybody that's been in Nigeria to point to the developmental strides that emanated from the Gulf windfall, I bet that you may see pointed fast as to that windfall. In fact, nothing is being spoken about that again, because it's not economically tied to the advancement of this nation. At least that we've seen. We continue to have collapsed grid. We've continued to have dilapidated road network. Our healthcare system is in a total mess. The JAPA issue is taking over the medical profession, where once people graduate in Nigeria, they look for the next available country. They welcome them with open hands. So there are critical questions to ask. And this timing, when we look at these loans, comedians have a way of making jokes that if care is not taken, then we may begin to see that those who are indebted to, perhaps Chinese, may want to begin to change our names, and the rest may begin to answer Resli as a result of the debt that Nigeria has into. So, but that's on a lighter note. But give or take, these debts, these loans that will go into should be tied into developmental projects that will benefit even children yet unborn.
All right, we go over to the Vanguard headline, which says just killings. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Caleb Mufwang, Nigerian Bar Association vow justice. Following the killings in Jos, President Bola Tinubu, Governor Caleb Mufwang, and the Nigerian Bar Association have pledged to ensure justice for victims, signaling a coordinated push for accountability and stronger action to address the violence. Yes, the president has given his speech and his letter commiserating with the victims of the Jos and the Kaduna State mayhem, those who were killed on the Palm Sunday. 13 people who were killed as wedding guests. Yesterday, it was a sad event, of course, where 13 people were killed, and also we're having 28 people in Jos who were killed by, we could call them bandits. And Mr. President has sent his letter through his media spokesperson, as Mr. Bayo Nanuga, talking about the issue, how he is working to, fix security. And we still say commiserations to the people, to the families who lost their loved ones in that particular, in the two separate attacks. He also commended the governors Caleb Mutfwang of Jos and Obasani of Kaduna State, and reiterating his efforts to seeing that security tensions are being calmed in the zones and regions. And something that Mr. President wrote here that I want to, that just got my attention is that he cautioned the section of the media against suggesting that the attacks were religiously motivated. That's what I saw, that he cautioned the section of the media against suggesting that the attacks were religiously motivated. Even while yesterday, we still news that Relemont, the U.S. congressman, came out to say that Nigeria is still having the same issue that they have been having while they are looking into its alleged genocide. So Mr. President has also, on the other hand, said that the media should refrain from taking this as a religious war. I see it as something that we need to talk about, but also looking at the fact that during the Salah, that's Eid al-Fitr, almost at the end of one of the fasting days, there was a bomb blast. There was a suicide bomb attack in Borno, which happened in the market, at the hospital gate, and also in the post office. So looking at this, Mr. Rex, from what Mr. President has said and from what this whole thing is, yes.
Yeah, Mr. President was speaking from an angle of conflict resolution, just to ensure that the situation does not escalate. If it has a religious undertone, sure it does, of course. Why should it be during the Palm Sunday and where it happened? But then you have to resolve conflicts. You have to speak to situations of conflict in such a way that it will be coming down, de-escalating instead of escalating. So the statement of Mr. President is for the escalation of the situation. Of course, even Moftang, the governor of Plateau State, commended the youths of Anwar Kuba for the way they have been calm, not going for reprisal. Otherwise, they would have always seen that it is a religious war, and they will begin to retaliate. But now it has not happened so. So there's been peace, and they are commended. The information is that somebody has been arrested in connection with that, and they are assuring that certainly they are going to bring the perpetrators to justice. You see, but then it comes to the fact that Nigerians, any warnings has to be taken serious. Nigeria security system must be proactive so that we can be able to forestall the happenings. Not when it happens and then we begin to run helter-skelter, begin to talk sweet words, beautiful words, to calm frayed nerves, to calm the families of deceased person, and so on. It is not fair. What is fair is that we do not allow such dastardly act to happen in our society, because you see, it means that nobody cares. The life of one person, you know what it means. For you to lose in a country that is not at war, somehow not officially at war. There's a war against terrorism, yes, but it is not a kind of war that you know your enemies direct. So, it is not good for us to be losing lives like that with reckless abandon. And it doesn't be much that's been done. Nobody could bring us into believing that the government is fighting terror. If the government is truly doing that,
all right,
we'll begin to see the effects of the fight against terror. We'll begin to see the capture of certain people. It's not even a capturing of sponsors of terrorism. And when you capture, when you uproot the causes of terrorism, the sponsors, then you are now beginning to fight against terrorism. But if you allow mining in the north where some nationals from the international community are funding terrorists to protect their mining fields, and you have not stopped it, and you know them, you have your satellite, you have your image gathering equipment and all that, and you have not done that, then, after all, even the terrorists themselves operate in social media.
Yes.
And they have social media handles.
Yes.
And if in Aneke TV, as a journalist, you begin to say certain things that government seems is not good enough for the peace of this country, they will track you and arrest you. But they cannot track and arrest the terrorists who are using social media, who are using the networks that are available in Nigeria. So how do we reconcile that?
All right. So looking at this same just not issue, there's also a news about the governor of the state of that's Caleb Mufwang coming to the local government, an armored tank, with an armored tank. Now, a lot of people across the social media, it has generated a heated argument. Why would the governor come there? Celebrities have been reacting. Why will he be there? Why will he drive towards why will he come with an armored vehicle? What is it, or what is actually happening? So I'm still asking, how do you see that, sir?
Well, it is something that depicts security. When you come with an armored tank, it depicts security. He too is human. His life is not hung in heaven. If the terrorists come around, and of course he will die. If the security agencies that are around him could also lose their lives if care is not taken. So he's only trying to exhibit that security will be there for them. But the tank he came with, is he stationed in such places? Where are the tanks in Nigeria? You see, station the tanks everywhere and allow the security agencies to man them. Then use intel to begin to look for where the terrorists and their movement and how they are going. What is the tank? These terrorists have done improvised explosive devices, IEDs, that could mangle those tanks. What is in those tanks? the tanks are not indestructible. The IDPs can mangle it in such a way that you just see one carcass of a thing. So it does not exist. Coming with tanks does not defeat. That's exactly why some people are, of course, lambasting the use of tanks to come to the place of defense, because it does not show you that completely that security has been provided. Coming with tank defeats security, of course, but it does not show that you are providing security. So what you should do is to think about how to mobilize security agencies and local vigilantes in such a way that the environment will be secured.
Yeah, listening to you, you summed it up quite well, and I do not think I could have framed it any better. But it calls to the issue that insecurity in Nigeria has gotten to a level where rhetorics alone can no longer cope the issue. Yeah, speaking to the governor, going to the just not,
Rukuba.
Anwarukuba in particular, with an armored vehicle, and you did say he's a woman, and he's equally afraid as well. Yes. And where does that leave us? It speaks to the fact that there is no plan in sight. Yes, there's no plan in sight. What we're seeing is pure rhetorics. To what end? Remember, here in the studio, we were speaking to the issue in Maiduguri, and we did allege that given time, you will see a replication of a similitude of violence in another locality, and it's happening. People were given a wedding present of death. People that went to celebrate life, consummate a wedding, and then all they could get in return was the gift of death. And here we are speaking to rhetorics. For how long do we speak to this intention? When do we begin to give action to this whole issue? I do not want to speak to either being a religiously motivated or not being religiously motivated. Where I'm hinging on is the fact that the buck stops on the government's table. And there has to be an expedition of action. In fact, I am aligned with the senator from Kogi State when she said that if General Musa retired, is breadth of ideas on how to handle these issues, he should resign. Is one too many? To what end? That's the question. And to those that want to paint the picture of ethnic cleansing or religious coordination, the fact remains that even the RECMO that is speaking to this issue, the US are no longer exempt because we are in collaboration with them. And it seems that their presence is emboldening these insurgents. So we need action. We need to see expedited action and not rhetorics. Then, if we see action and see that these issues are cleared, then it tops up another issue. Because obviously, what the governor's movement depicts is that he lacks control, that he is overwhelmed. He doesn't have the confidence, even in his own security as well. Leading me to raise the question, which the northern governors did suggest to the federal government: suspend mining. What have we done in that regard? They said at least 6 months. And let's see if this whole insecurity will be curbed or minimized. What are we doing about it? Are we sacrificing excess reserve to human lives? I am sorry, but the Nigerian nation needs to stand up and do more for her people. That people are dying more in Nigeria than perhaps Iran. So, to that end, we are plead with the federal government to please expedite action and come to the aid of our rural communities that are being ravaged by insurgents and bandits. Is one death too many? Is happening in Plateau, is happening in Kaduna. The question remains, where next? And it is the responsibility of government to say that there's no question mark to this question.
All right, thank you very much for that. We go on a short break. We'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
All right, welcome back. Still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV.
All right. Now moving on to other issues. Information reaching us is that there is escalating violence in Eastern Cape, South Africa, where protests and protesters touched down foreign-owned vehicles and buildings in response to the controversial coronation of an Igbo traditional leader as local king, organized by the Nigerian Igbo community to have Eze Igbo in South Africa. As well, in East London, as well, there are particularly tensions arising from the said installation of an Igwendi Igbo na East London. Mr. Rez, we are seeing escalation of violence as a result of our brethren in these places, South Africa, East London, wanting to install Igwendi Igbo in these places.
You see, the problems are ongoing in UK and of course in South Africa. Last year, it was in Ghana.
Yes.
And you see, our people with our knack for cultural promotion, traditional studies and promotion, wherever they are, is going to attract problems that, tend to be criticized across board. You see, the Igbos want to become traditional rulers outside their own domain, which means they have become part and parcel of those areas. They are not members of that country unless they have naturalized. And if you have a section of the Igbos naturalized with their own land, with their own section, with their own village and towns, that is where now they can now begin to, under the provisions of the law, to have traditional rulers. But here, they do not have such situations, and they want to still have their traditional rulers. Because the Igbos believe so much in cultural, traditional funfair. They want to do the same thing that they should have done if they were to be in Nigeria, with their natural place of existence before going to other places. Igbos are everywhere, every part of the world. Anywhere you go and do not see an Igbo man, it means that place is not fruitful. That place has nothing to offer. Because the Igbo man wants to go to any place, open a place. Even in Nigeria, the Igbos are everywhere in Nigeria, no matter the situation. Even in Meduguri, where these insurgencies of Sokoto, wherever, they are there. The Igbos are there doing their, plying their trade. So, but going to become traditional rulers at various places and where the communities, the indigenous communities are looking at you as people who have just migrated into their land. What do you intend to tell them? So, well, in that of South Africa, the situation has come. People, the vehicles, buildings of non-South Africans, they did not even restrict it to Igbos alone. Because sometimes what they do, they do not know whether you are Igbo or Ghana, anywhere, that they destroy these things. We remember xenophobia period. It was almost the same thing, and it's going to now escalate if care is not taken. The Nigerian High Commission there has already advised the Igbos and Nigerians in South Africa to stay clear of any of these cultural and traditional ceremonies that will begin to elicit problems among them and the South Africans. So, Igbos generally, a lot of East London, they already saw it happen in Ghana, it has happened in South Africa, it's happening there, and now that the other places too, the young people should be able to. Right there in Malaysia, they have Ezenibo in Malaysia and all that. I don't know what is actually causing all these things for the Igbo persons. Whenever they go and make a little money, they want to expect that.
All right, that's quite in-depth analysis on this issue. But I can tell you as well that it even happens within Nigeria as well. It's not just those in other nations. The Igbo diaspora outside the Igbo land equally indulge in this practice where you want to see a Igbo, wherever the Igbos are domiciled. I remember quite well that as far back as 2010, 2011 in Lagos, there was controversy arising from this Ezigbo in Lagos State, where there was serious controversy, where there were fights. And the fact, the Lagos State government has then had to wade in, I think it was the government of Fashola, had to wade in, and where they recognize certain individual, the Igbos have this dominance in some parts of Lagos, speaking to areas around Mushin and some other parts, and they were quite influential. But it's now, instead of extolling the beauty of the Igbo culture and tradition, there became an infighting amongst Igbo brothers. And in Kano as well, I witnessed similar thing in Kano, where there was infighting between who will become, it was rotational amongst the states, the Igbo states in Kano. And then certain individuals felt that they are being undermined and that a particular people are continuing to trump up who becomes the Ezigbo in Kano. It was mired in controversy. There were court cases, there were infightings as well, leading to trashing of the beautiful culture that is always being exhibited in Kano, leading to the Igbo traditional festivals being suspended a while. So, like you rightly and aptly pointed out, it happened in Ghana, in Malaysia, and all that. And why do we keep on, painting the Igbos in bad light? Because that's what it is. Instead of extolling and upholding the beautiful Igbo culture, the controversies around it leaves, a bitter taste in the mouth. And having said that, what's the position of the Ohaneze Igbo worldwide on this issue? And they are not aligned to it at all. They've come out publicly on a number of occasions to speak to this issue, that you cannot have an Ezigbo outside the Igbo land. And I think the traditional rulers of the Igbo land are equally aligned to that. So why would people continue to want to, usurp powers, want to bear titles that would lie in controversy and plunge and dent the image of the Igbo nation? This should not be allowed to continue. In fact, the High Commission in South Africa should see to it that this issue is handled so that to limit further escalation. And you can imagine the situation in East London as well. So, Areze has advised that outside the Igbo land, that you can have Onyendu and not Ezigbo in these places. A leader. Onyendu is a leader. And that should be what's obtainable. And you rightly pointed out, it's high time our people begin to hem themselves in, especially when they arrive at this sudden wealth, to begin to want to use it, because this is the issue here. You will see new money trying to tell old money that they've arrived and they want to be the new sheriff in town, being the AZ and all that. You know, I've cited the issue in Lagos. It has happened in Kano, and Maiduguri is not exempt. If you go to Kaduna, we've had similar situation, and it's been taken outside Nigeria. So the Igbo diaspora, please, needs to come together and see to it that we will no longer continue to paint the Igbo tradition and the Igbo nation in bad taste and in bad light.
All right, that's where we are calling it off here on the Sunrise newspaper edition. Remember, you can go out and grab your favorite copy of the new newspaper and follow it across all social media platforms. And up next is the business or sports update. And in the sports update, we are talking about this particular Nigeria-Jordan match where Nigeria had a 2-2 game. Just a brief update on sports. And we're also talking about that the Premier League is about to come back, and I know sports enthusiasts are ready to carry out what they want to do. And I'm sure that you are going to hang around as we bring you more of these and more of what it's happening in the world of sports. Well, thank you very much for waking up with us. Thank you very much for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Resaro, for those in-depth and incisive analysis on news issues.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me this morning. And for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV Sunrise editions.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise and Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, They dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Today is April Fool's Day, observed in many countries as a light-hearted occasion where people engage in jokes, pranks, and playful deception meant to entertain and create laughter. While the tradition is widely associated with humor, its deeper significance goes beyond amusement, reflecting important aspects of human psychology, social interaction, and cultural expression. Although its exact origin remains uncertain, historical accounts often link April Fool's Day to France, where it is believed to have developed from springtime celebrations marked by festivity, light-hearted mischief. Other interpretations trace its roots to ancient Roman seasonal festivals that celebrated renewal and transition, suggesting that humor has long been tied to moment of cultural change. Beyond entertainment, the day offers philosophical insights into trust, perception, and social behavior. It highlights how easily information can be accepted without verification, reminding individuals of the importance of critical thinking in everyday life. In an age of rapid communication and digital media, April Fool's Day also reflects the broader issue of misinformation and the need for discernment before reacting to claims. From a moral perspective, the observance encourages balance between humor and responsibility. While laughter can strengthen social bonds and reduce stress, ethical considerations demand that jokes do not harm dignity, emotional well-being, or public trust. These reinforces values such as empathy, respect, and restraint in interpersonal relationships. In relation to health and living, humor plays a significant psychological role. Studies in positive psychology show that laughter can reduce stress hormones, improve cardiovascular health, and enhance emotional resilience. However, when jokes become deceptive or harmful, they can produce the opposite effect, causing anxiety, mistrust, or emotional distress. Thus, the quality of humor matters as much as its presence. Ultimately, April Fool's Day serves as a cultural reminder of the dual nature of human interaction, the ability to create joy through laughter, and the responsibility to ensure that such joy does not come at the expense of others' well-being.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight, but we apologize for coming on a little bit late. But do remember that The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we take a stand at a definitive crossroad where resilience of the Nigerian workers meets the harsh reality of a shifting economy. It is no longer just about the right to protest. It's about fundamental right to prevail. Today, we navigate the thin line between strike and survival as we sit down with a man at the heart of this very struggle, the NLC chairman of Enugu State, Comrade Fabian Nwibo. His insights from the trenches of Enugu State offer a blueprint for how we might transform collective bargaining into collective prosperity. Comrade, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. And let me start. How has it been in the trenches, this struggle?
If we look at it holistically, I mean, coming from the perspective of the country Nigeria, it's been a very tough one.
All right, sorry. We'll take a short break and we'll quickly return. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. You're still watching The Insight, and we're speaking with Comrade Fabian Nwibo, NLC chairman of Enugu State. Comrade, I was asking how has it been?
Yes, and I said that looking at it from Nigerian perspective, generally it has been very tough. I mean, very extremely tough, you know. An average worker in Nigeria is not just suffering, but is manifestly suffering.
Not just suffering,
but manifestly suffering. So the person is not just suffering, he's seen as being suffering. One could say, if you begin to, put divides here and there as to maybe Enugu State, it has not also been easy. But we could say that we have some cushioning in Enugu State, which I know is not available to everyone in the country. So when we talk generally. But if you want me to particularize it, I will tell you that it has not been easy for us in Enugu, but it's not as if we have suffered like others in some other jurisdictions.
Right. I'll come down to Enugu State. I know you're eager to speak about Enugu State, but let's look at the country. And I want to ask, first of all, let me get your view of the Nigerian economy as at this morning.
The Nigerian economy over the years has been very bad, but we notice that it has been going from this bad to worse. Presently, we're in a crossroad. You know, we're in a system where you cannot, no matter your level of economic training, you can't predict Nigerian economy. You know, you wake up this morning, fuel is sold for 1,350 naira. The next 40 minutes, it is sold for 1,410 naira. The next 2 days, it is sold for 1,290 naira. These very sharp fluctuations. Price control is zero. Everything almost. I was listening to one music yesterday. It said Nigeria na kumkum. Say empty kumkum. And honestly, it took me more than 2-3 hours yesterday night to sleep after listening to that music. Where a citizen will wake up to tell you that his country is now kumkum, empty kumkum. And notwithstanding that person is not well read, he was able to pick the economic variables one by one and say why they are kumkum. Say, look at the price of fuel in the country where crude oil is produced en masse, the suffering that people are going through, Nigeria na kumkum. You say, look at the price of commodities. You come in the morning and buy rice. The next 2-3 hours, the price have changed. By evening, it has also changed. The next day, it is worse. So now the country na kumkum, and I was not comfortable with that name, or that description of our country as empty kumkum. But if you look at it, if you critically look at it, it will appear as if that guy was making a sense. So, and it's unfortunate. The country that is kumkum, according to him, is a country where we have almost the best. If you go to the part of the world, look at their hospitals, the best doctors there are Nigerians. Go to the academics, the best professors, doctors are Nigerians. You come to this place, people are saying that the country is kumkum, empty kumkum for that matter. So it's a huge challenge for all of us here. Like I said, there's no quantum of training you could have in economics that will be able to predict Nigerian economy. You cannot. In the past, I studied economics, first degree, second degree. In those days, you can say that if things are this, put the and the Y or X together, that you are expecting this. You can't do that in Nigeria. You can't do that. Where crisis in Middle East can cause us this level of huge challenge, imported inflation. How much more? What's happening within the economy? Okay. So generally it has not been fair. It's been terrible for the country. A pastor this morning also listened to one pastor this morning who said he's praying for Mr. President, that today is birthday. I don't know whether it's true, and that he's praying for him that whatever he had wished Nigerians to visit him and his generation. And so I say, you can imagine the level that the situation things have reached, that a pastor, preaching in the church will say he's praying for the president, whatever that he has planned or designed for this country should reach his family 7 times.
That should be a good prayer.
Okay. So if what's happening to Nigerians today happens to any generation, any family, 7 times, and God help that family.
I know that the Mr. President celebrated his birthday just a few days, and in his love for the nation, he has donated his salary to the welfare of the armed forces. So I think their prayer, that it should be a good prayer, because the Mr. President means well for the country. But tracking back to the issue, you did mention the crisis in the Middle East, and then in Nigeria, yes, we are seeing a surge in fuel prices ranging to 1,300 and above, depending on where you are. And I ask, what's the position of NLC to the welfare of the Nigerian worker, and how has this impacted Nigerian workers?
Thank you. The position of NLC is that we've made an outcry. We've cried out to the leadership of this country at the national state level. Look at what is happening. We need a wage award.
Wage award?
Yes, that will cushion this, because this year to next year will be negotiation for the new minimum wage. We can't start talking about minimum wage now, because it's not ripened for us to do that. But it is ripe for a government to respond to the challenges that its citizens are going through, especially the workers. You know why we continue to talk about workers is that these are people who will put in their best all their life, and what they get is stagnant, except in those jurisdictions, Western world, where they will look at something like this, and without anybody raising an eyebrow, they'll say, you have 40% of your salary added to you to help us cushion the effect of what is happening. Probably when this crystallizes or issue settles back where we can go ahead we'll go back to the salary range or rate. But in this place, NSC is saying, state government, federal government, please, you need to do something at this material time, because even the last minimum wage has been eroded by inflation long ago, not to talk about what is happening today. Take, for instance, I continue to give this analysis each time I try to say, a family of father, mother, and a child. I don't want to talk about 2 or 3 children. A child, that's 3 persons. And they have to eat 3 times a day. At 115 each person. That is 4-5 per person. By 3, it's about 13,500. And that is a day. And you have about 30 days or 31 days to go in a month. and your salary, the minimum wage is 70,000 at the national. 80, we're lucky to have 80 here in Enugu. 13,500 by 10 days is 135,000, and your minimum wage is 80,000 or 70,000 as the case may be.
80,000 in Enugu State.
Yes, that's only feeding. This person is God. He cannot go to hospital. He know the sick. This person have no family members, no mother, no father to care. The child remains in 1 year or 2 years in his life. No school fees, no rent, no transportation. So you can imagine. You see how unrealistic this thing is. Assuming the person has been gifted a car and they need to buy for it with 80,000 naira, 70,000 naira as the case may be. A week, the whole salary is gone. The salary is gone. So what are we talking about? Issue of what workers receive and the economy is, there are two worlds apart. So what we are praying the government to do is to put up a kind of wage award. One state in Nigeria, I think one of the states in the southwest, Oyo State, have added 10,000.
Yes.
Even though it's nothing, so to speak, but it's better than those who have never added anything. And you notice that almost all the states in Nigeria, most of them have not had consequential adjustment of the salary. So it's also like the minimum wage was a wage award. They just copied a figure and pasted on what you were receiving, which was not the case in the past. What we used to have is minimum wage and consequential adjustment. It is this consequential adjustment that differentiates ranks. If you're in level 1, step whatever, and level 2, you can never receive the same salary. But what is happening today is that everybody is giving 40,000 as the case of federal, state 50,000 as the case of states that give 80,000 naira. And somebody who is a director, level 16, receives 50,000 as a minimum wage. A level 1 officer, a cleaner, receives the same amount. A director, of course, you know people grow in ranks. A director, at the time you get to the level of a director, at least if you're allowed to have children, 1 or 2 should be in the university, if not all of them. You're also getting old, that most of the time they are sick. They need regular treatment, and so on and so forth. And you are given 50 or 40,000 as the case may be, which is given to a level 1 or level 4 officer who is a fresh graduate from secondary school. Level 4 is SSA. Probably have no challenge, problem, whatsoever responsibility, just to feed himself, transport himself to office, probably to parents. But this other one have 2 or 3 or 4 persons training in the university, his parents, the wife is quite there, the children, and so on and so forth, and they also have 50,000. Is it fair? So that's why we're crying. We're crying. That's why we're crying. It's unfair.
All right. For clarity, when we speak to this wage award, what numbers are we looking at? Because I am aware of the 35,000 wage award, which the government, spoke to glitches, stopping them from making payments. Is this same 35,000 naira wage award that you're speaking to in this crisis?
When we say wage award, we don't fix a figure. Wage award is you're telling your employer to look at the present situation of things and bring a cushioning. So if the government look at it and say, look, for us, a wage award shouldn't be anything less than 100,000. If you want to be real, near reality, not less than 100,000.
But is that feasible?
That's what we're saying. That's what you're saying. The government could look around and say, put 1 or 2 together, we can afford to do this. That's what we're saying. Look at what is on ground. Look at the pains people are going through. Look at the projects you have on hands and say, okay, I can afford this. After all, when they pronounced 35,000, nobody gave them a figure. They look at this and say, okay, if you add 35,000 to these people, you can afford to help them. Today, nobody's even talking about that. Enugu State paid 25, which for us was a lot of assistance to the workers for 1 full year. But most of the states in Nigeria never had that opportunity. So for us, if they say, okay, what do you want? You can say, at minimum 100,000.
At minimum
100,000. But it's left for the government who have knows its size, responsibilities around the government, I can say if we part with so much, we can still continue to run the government. And we cannot say pay us raise our word and stop activities. No.
Okay.
What's important is for you to identify the fact that people are going through hell in the country.
Okay. Let me get your opinion on this issue of steel wage award. Speaking to the 35,000 naira that's already been agreed, when government spoke, they said to the fact that glitches had stopped them from making payments so far. And what's your opinion? And speaking not to you as a person now, but as a union.
You know, when they want to, it's all about deceit.
It's all about deceit.
Deceit. When someone say glitches, can you define the term glitches? What exactly are those things you consider the glitches, the hiccups, the clogs that stop you from continuing with what you willingly made promise of? So, as far as I'm concerned, it's all about deceit. It has no that claim has no basis. It's a baseless claim. So, because if you want to say, one could say, we have some glitches that have affected the system that we cannot do this. For instance, this, that, and that. But this one is glitches. What is glitches? What exactly is the glitches we are talking about? So it's just to give use an omnibus word to close these people's eyes and their ears and continue with what we are doing. As far as I'm concerned, there's no glitches. They could have continued to borrow trillions every day, which today they will borrow. The next day, the next month, you see any change. Occasioned by the loan borrowed. The country is getting, the whole thing is getting worse, and somebody is borrowing almost every 2-3 months. So why are you putting the money? For me, I think what they do is to borrow from A account, put in my own account here, and come home and tell you that I have borrowed. Because it's not, we can't fear. You can't fear this so-called borrowing loans coming in almost regularly. How much liters have we borrowed since the present government? And what improvements, what achievements have we seen since we started borrowing? So these things are antics. Give it a name, throw it where you want to throw it, and come back and put your eyes, your hands on your waist and continue to watch them.
Okay. Let me move aside a bit from the script. Comrade, is there a conversation between the union level and government, particularly with regards to the current situation?
Exactly, there are discussions. The NSA have written to government asking them to come up with a wage award. They've also demanded that government come up with a certain cushioning to bring down the sufferings, amongst the people. But of course, it's never easy. It's always
back and forth.
Yes, you continue to put pressure, continue to until if they decide they do. If they decide not to do, the struggle continues. Immediately this thing started, the national leadership of NSC wrote to the federal government. And of course, once it hits the federal government, it goes down to the states, the subnationals. So, but unfortunately, apart from that Oyo, I'm not sure if any other state have looked at that, what the workers are going through. The only thing we can say we are feeling anywhere is that His Excellency told the people of Enugu State that notwithstanding the sharp rise in fuel price, that the government vehicles, conveying people from one destination to another, that the price remains the same. They're not going to increase the price. So it's an aspect of the question which I think I welcome, because you find out that if you start to take normal public transport from Ababa to the Secretariat, you have been paying 800 coming and going. This time around you pay about 2,000. So, but if it's government vehicle that you use that's 800 and it's still 800, at least by implication you're getting 1,200 from the person that's spending 2,000 is spending. So that's an aspect you have seen. Also, workers promotion was released a few days ago. We should add some little money to their salaries. So these are the things these are little suko that people could see. But we want government to come out and say, we see what's happening. And once you add anything to the workers, you have added to the masses. Because workers don't receive their salary and pocket it. They receive it, they go to markets, they go to hospitals, they go to schools, they pay children's schools. And once you do all these things, the money circulates, gets to everybody. So it will be fine if government come out and say, like ZSLS did in the past and said, I'm going to give you 25,000 naira as a wage award. If he comes up now to give us something in that regard, say, I'm giving you a wage award of so much, pending when this crisis will stop, we're going to clap for him. And that's what is expected of every other state, not just Enugu. I'm using Enugu as a point of contact to other states because I know each time we beckon on His Excellency, I've always responded positively.
Have you beckoned on him this time?
Yes, we have not. Yes and no. Yes, in the fact that we beckoned at him on the 16th of February, we put up our 5 points request, and he approved 4, just 16th of February. So we're looking at those ones he have approved, though not implemented yet, most of them, but it's a sign of encouragement that you're asking your father for 5 naira and has given you 4 naira. We're so much happy about that. What we are asking for now is that implementation starts immediately. Once they start implementation, the 4 points he have said he's going to do or he have approved will give us a lot of cushioning, with regards to what's happening in the economy today. So that's why I made that reference. So going back immediately again to say wage award will be as if, of course, we're Oliver Twist actually. We want some more. But you want to see that those ones who have requested for, which has been approved, have come into play before we go back to ask for another. Okay. We also know that in his usual way and manner, he may look at it and say, come, I'm going to do this for you. That was what he did on the wage award. Well, when we throw it on the table, he said, okay, let me look at what I will do. And the next day we were invited, we came, he said, I'm giving you 25,000 naira. So we are expecting that he may decide to call us anytime and say, I'll see what's happening in the country, I'll see what people are going through, I'm doing this for you, as he has done in the past. In fact, since the past 3 years, 2 years to 3 years he's been in the office, we've not had any issue of Unogo Grill. In all the bargains we've had, it's always on the round table. And we always succeeded. We have always succeeded.
Okay. Yes. That's a very good one, no? But I need to move a little bit away from the usual. I just remember the last time you were here, we did speak, we spoke to the issue of strike, and I want to get back to that a little bit. Speaking to strike and survival and the future of this country, a number of times when we speak to Labour, for example, usually it seems that the only bargaining tool that Labour has is that of strike, and it seems not to be working out in this very dispensation. So how else would Labour be able to persuade government to look at Nigerian workers without embarking on the usual strike?
All right. If you say that strike seems to be the only tool, you're making a huge mistake. Well, there are a lot of things we lobby. Like my speech today, as it's going on, I know the government, people in the government corridor, they will hear it. They will know about it. They may try to consider what we have put forth today. Yes, like the issue of wage award. Strike is not the only tool. Strike, in fact, is the last one. When we find out that we've been coming, we've been pleading, we've done this, we've lobbied, and nothing is coming forth from it, then the last thing we do is strike. But why you see strike as the only tool is that's the one you notice. Okay. The time we write to them, the time we'll engage them in discussions, the time we do a whole lot of things, you may not know. But when we now say, we've been coming and asking for, you don't just wake up and say you're embarking on strike. You must have done 1, 2, 3 or 4 things by way of appeals, bargaining, pleading, engaging before you embark on strike. So strike is not the only tool. And then we continue to use all these basic tools. Strike is always the last thing we embark on. In fact, it is when we find out that there's no other option for us than to down tools. That's the only time we go on strike. And nobody, let me be frank with you, no worker want to go on strike.
No worker.
No worker want to go on strike. That's why I say it's the last tool. It's the last option we have. Because the truth is that if you have started work and you're used to early morning, you prepare and go to work, and suddenly on Monday, nothing, on Tuesday, nothing, you start feeling bored. You want to go back to your workplace. You want to go back to your workplace. And so it's only when we find out that we have tried all options and they have all failed that we say, there's nothing we can do. It's our constitutional right. We have to down tools and see if the employer will look our way.
Okay. Comrade, you know why I asked this question? You are a leader. The Nigerian workers, especially those you lead from Enugu State, do they understand that beyond the issue of strike, there are other subtle negotiations, lobbying that you embark on? Because when we converse with Nigerian workers, they seem to be under immense pressure, given the economic situation Nigeria is. And one would think that this pressure should be getting to you. So I'm asking, are they aware of these other moves rather than all we are saying? Because that's what it seems the masses understand.
They are very much aware. If they are not aware, I told you on 16th of February, we went to see His Excellency, the entire leadership of the labor in Enugu State, and not just Fabian as a chairman NSC, but about its leaders in Enugu State went to His Excellency. He invited us. Actually, we wrote. That's part of what I tell you, those tools we use. Communication. We want to see Your Excellency. We have a lot to discuss with you. And say, come. And when we were going, we went with 5 demands. And after presenting the demands, he said, okay, for now we can handle this 4. And we were very happy. In the past, one could make those requests through what you're saying. Oh, we are saying, give us where's the award or give us this. But we're engaged in dialogue and it paid off. So that's what I'm saying. Part of our reason is dialogue. And like I said, in all this, about these 86 workers that went to see His Excellency, they're all leaders of different union. And when the discussions and everything came to an end, we went to home, people went to discuss with the workers who are under them. So workers are fully aware that the last thing we do is strike or demonstration.
All right. Before I go on a break, it seems that the governor of Enugu State is making your job easier for you.
Honestly, the government have made the job so easy. Last week I received an award from the Southeast Media Group Forum. And I said, I dedicate this award to God, the government of Enugu State, and the workers. God, for giving me the opportunity to serve. Enugu State government for making my job easy for me. And the workers for their resilience, for their continuous, follow up.
I'll come back to that word.
So the state have made my job a lot easy for me, because in most cases, when we go out to ask, they listen to us and they address our issues.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe these issues. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching this Insight, and if you're just joining us, we've been speaking with Comrade Fabian Nwibu, NLC Chairman, Enugu State Chapter. Comrade, it's been a pleasure so far, but let's get right into this conversation. And looking at NLC position, where they are pushing for the merging of Petroleum and Power Ministry to end what they call decade of darkness. Let me get your position on that.
Okay. Some time ago, we heard that presidency have decided to install solar in the presidency, and it was a hell of a challenge. If the presidency decide to put solar, that means we don't have hope with regards to improving on the electricity problem in the country. So the situation we find ourselves today is something else, where in some almost all the days you have 4 to 6 hours maximum power supply, and in some occasions you could stay for 3 whole days without light at all. And when this government was coming into power, the national government, they said within a period they will improve. But since they came in, the power have been dropping and dropping and dropping to the extent that they also have to put solar in their own office and their residence. So it's a very bad situation. So our opinion is that, just like what we have been saying in other areas, this government should look inwards. If they found out that they cannot continue, they cannot handle the challenges we have in this country, they should throw in the towel. We have people in this country that can come in and also do their best. So if you find out that the responsibility you have decided to take in your hands, you cannot handle it, why do you suffer people? Why must you take 8 years? If you are capable of taking 8 years, go ahead if Nigerians give you the mandate to take 8 years. But if you find out that for the past 3 to 4 years you have not made any change, for goodness sake, we plead that whoever that is in charge in whichever place or thereabout, whether it's in the oil sector, whether it's in the power sector, whatever, should throw in the towel. That this thing is too bogus for me, I cannot continue. And maybe some other person will try their hands. So my opinion is that they should wake up from their slumber. If they cannot wake up, if they have decided to become permanent secretaries in their slumber, that permanent is the word I use, then they should give way for another people, other Nigerians who probably have better capacity to take up this responsibility.
All right. Journeying along, in December 2025, you led the Enugu NLC members to embark on protest against nationwide insecurity, declaring that workers are no longer safe. And I want to get, has that position and your opinion changed on that?
It remains the same. And if you look deep, you find out that after that demonstration, there's a little change, positive change in security in the country, nationwide. Of course, if you come to Enugu State, we sleep with our eyes closed. We have this privilege coming from the leadership of the state. But we know that major challenge we have is moving from Enugu to Anambra, from Anambra to Asaba, from there to Edo, probably to Lagos, or the other way around, Lokoja to Abuja. It's difficult for any average Nigerian to travel on road, by road now because of insecurity. So we remain in our stand and position. The government should look at what happened recently in Benue State. Say not less than 40 persons. It's just like Christmas cow, fowl, that you wake up in the morning and say that some number of fowls were killed or whatever. These are human beings. As you're hearing in this one, you're hearing in that one, you're hearing in this place. So what is government doing? What is government is doing? We have almost the best security architect when you talk about the military and the police. But if you look at the results we get, it appears as if we don't have. I know that the security agents we have in Nigeria, we have almost one of the best security agents in the world. But what is happening in Nigeria is what we don't know. So governments, I still say that they need to look inward and know whether the leadership of the security outfits are the right people, and whether they are emoluments worth it. Because most of the time you need to persuade, you need to push these people by giving them the right incentives. If the incentives are poor, you don't get good results. They should look at the incentive structure and see whether that should be changed, if it should be upgraded, or whether the people who are in the leadership circle are not the right people. These things are very fundamental. If you put the wrong person at the head of affairs, you get a wrong result. If you put the right person and the person not well remunerated, you get a wrong result. Because it is this remuneration that pushes you. If you remember that you lose this job, you'll be losing so much. Say, no, I have to work hard. But if what is coming is as good as something you can get, in fact, even if I go, as I know I can make it out there, you don't get good result from the person. So, but what is important is that government should reconsider the security architecture in the country and push it up. Move it up. What you have presently is not sufficient. It's not enough. It's not handling the challenges that is facing us in the country. So we are still of the opinion that a lot need to be done to ensure that, like I use the state as, for instance, at all time. I'm not the government spokesperson, but I have to speak to the facts. When this government came into power, going from Enugu to Opi Nsukka Road was a nightmare. Even when they came in at first time, it was. But as things, government continued to attack insecurity from all fours. Today, you can sleep while you're going there. You can sleep while you're coming back. And every other part of Enugu. Why can't that be extended by the federal government to other states? And the federation at large? So that's what we're saying. If every other leader begin to do what is right, you begin to see the right results. You begin to get the expected results. So we are of the opinion that a lot is still need to be done with security to ensure that Nigerians are safe.
Okay, all right. That's quite very explicit. But looking at your position in 2024, I'm coming down to Enugu State now. You did commend and acknowledge Governor Peter Mbah for the 80,000 minimum wage payments, and Enugu State stands out for that, amongst other states. But looking at the reality on ground, we've seen 10,000 from your state, and you're expecting from the governor. I want to know explicitly what the demand would be on the governor and Enugu State as regards Enugu State workers.
I told you initially that if we say, what do you want? I'll say a minimum of 100,000. But we are not government at the helm of affairs. It's the governor that knows what is on his hands, the challenges. He's the one that knows what he is attending to. Like you see, 360 smart schools ongoing. Same thing with type C hospitals and so on and so forth. We are also saying that as you are doing all these ones, we are so happy that those things are happening. Can you also look at our own stomach infrastructure? Because if a worker comes to the office and he or she is not sure of the money to go back to Ababa, Emene, Obiago, Gariki, it is difficult to give him the best. So we're expecting the governor, the way he responded during the 2023-2024 challenge we have, and he decided to pay 25,000 minimum wage across board, we're expecting him to also come to our aid this time. But what's happening now? In fact, transport alone will wipe out whatever you're earning. Because you could now say a director takes about 100 and something thousand or thereabouts. Okay. That same director probably have a car, apart from family, whatever. Can 200,000 naira buy you fuel a month in Nigeria? So your salary can't even buy fuel for you. So the government need to do something. They need to do something. I don't want to say it has to be this. But I said if I'm permitted to say, 100,000 naira won't be a bad one.
100,000 would be a bad one?
Yes, for an average worker. In addition to whatever the person is earning as salary.
Okay.
That's the only thing that could cushion the effect of, to a certain level of what is happening in the country.
Right. I'm sorry, I'm running a little bit faster. When I have people like you, I try to cover a lot of issues here. But moving on, I'm looking at the labor position on Naira for crude demand. Instigating that the government should be selling to Dangote refinery in Naira as a way of cushioning the effect. But this is a deregulated market. Subsidy is gone and all that. How do you think that would impact the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian worker?
Definitely, if they start selling Naira for crude, it's going to yield a fair result.
A fair result.
With these following reasons. One, we don't control the rate of dollar against Naira. Nigerian economy cannot control that. We have not done that in the past. For so many years currently. In the past, long ago, we were able to do that. But the past 10 years or thereabouts, I can't see such happening. So what we're saying is that insofar as we now have a functional private refinery, why would you sell to him in dollars, to the company in dollars? You know, when you buy in dollars, you pay all the insurance, whatever they pay, you pay all this, you pay all that. All these things are added to the cost of the crude. Then before that of overhead for the to refine it. And then all these costs come back to Nigerians. One of the ways you can bring down the cost of the refined products is by selling in Naira. So that all these other pay this, pay that, pay this, pay that, and even the exchange rate that has been oscillating will not affect it. We buy and sell in Naira here. Why are you selling crude to a national refinery in dollars? As far as I'm concerned, yes, they may be making more money there through that process. But they make all this more money against the plight of an average Nigerian. Because, of course, a private sector person wants to make profits. So if you sell to him in dollars, it's as good as when he bought in Thailand or anywhere. He's going to sell, adding all the necessary costs. And at the end of the day, the cost of the locally refined products will be very, very high, as if we're importing. Okay. So that's why we're saying you can give conditions. There are what we call guided regulation. You have deregulated actually, but you give a ceiling. We have outright deregulation. We have guided deregulation. Yes, you are free to sell, but you should not sell beyond this or above this.
Okay, all right. That's wonderful to hear. But let me come a little bit personal. First of all, congratulations on that award. You know, I was living that for the last years. Congratulations. It's not a small feat. You know, when I look at the lecture from the Southeast Media Forum in conferring you with that Distinguished Leadership Award, one thing struck me in particular, and it reads that as a great leader to watch when insecurity was becoming unbearable, you led your members for a protest because it was affecting the workforce. You are also noted for engaging with the government to ensure good welfare package is approved for the workers. There are a whole lot of other brief things that's been written here. Now, before I ask how this award has inspired you to continue with the good work, I want to ask, what is the motivation for what you do?
Very well. The motivation is that before now, I didn't know I would get to the office of Chairperson of Nigerian Labour Congress.
You didn't know?
I didn't know. Even though I was secretary for 3 years, but we have big wigs, we have big hefty people who think it is their right to take up this position. When I say, let me try and see, I've looked as a secretary, I saw a lot of things not going on well. I say, if I have opportunity, I will do this, I will do that. And I have to seek the mandate of the people. And the workers came out en masse to say, we want to support you, we want you to go. So, because each time I look and remember that day at the sports club, I was spent over 6 hours to 8 hours for this election, and people were there. I did not buy them food, I did not buy them water. They were there to ensure that they get the right leader. I said, anything I will do that will put smiles in the face of workers of Enugu State, I must do it. For instance, when I came in, my first engagement with government, about a month to the office, His Excellency's, the time His Excellency took over, the first request I made to the governor was to ensure that the tears in the face of the pensioners is wiped out. And he said, I've set up a committee, you ought to have been communicated, to ensure that the issue with pensions are cleared in Enugu State. And the next day or thereabout, the committee was constituted. I was part of that committee. We had to work out areas of pension and so on and so forth. We did that, and within 2 months, he cleared the areas. And since then, pension have remained at the top burner. The pensioners receive their pension even before they pay workers, which is our plea to His Excellency, and he did to it. So, thereafter, when the issue of economic challenge came up in 2024 or thereabout, His Excellency said, I'm going to give you 25,000 minimum wage as against 35 federal government promise. Even the federal government didn't pay up to 6 months, but he paid us for 12 months. So what I'm trying to say is that when I say What do you say? What spurred me? What spurred me was the confidence the people had in me. That this is a man that will go and will be emancipated. And each time, anything I'm doing, I say, how do I get it right to ensure that these people feel good? Because they spend their time, they spend all they have to ensure that the mandate was given to me. And I promised myself that I must deliver in this mandate. So that of the government, I've given you some few instances, that of wage award, that of the pensioners, His Excellency, I've also made the arrangements, the gratuity that was last paid in October 2010 is now in the budget, about 34 billion, which he said he must clear before he leaves office. And we are praying God that he does that this year, because inflation has also eroded the value of this gratuity that people are supposed to receive, and so on and so forth. We also made requests for 32,000 naira minimum pension. We noticed that some people in Enugu State earn less than 1,000 naira pension. When we put that message forward to His Excellency, he approved. Federal government is paying 32,000 naira minimum pension. Enugu State has also approved 32,000, though implementation have not commenced. But that approval is there. We will hold him, and of course, His Excellency, his words are his bonds. We believe that he's going to implement it as he made that promise. And a whole lot of things. So, these are why I say that the government have made my work so easy. I've not gone to government to say, oh, we are saying, do this or that for us. Each time we write to His Excellency, we communicate to him, he listens to us. So he has made my job so easy. But I have also continued to look at areas of difficulties for workers and bring them together and present to the government at all time.
All right. Comrade, there are many questions to ask, but the director is already signaling for time. There are many. So on that note, we'll be inviting you so that we can expand and exhaust these issues. So that's the much we can take for today on the Insight. And we've been speaking to Comrade Fabian Wibo, NLC Chairman, Enugu State. It's been a pleasure having you on the Insight.
Thank you so much, and I will always be available anytime you invite me.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've heard the NLC Chairman, Enugu State. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag #AllAtAneke on YouTube and Facebook. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Interior Minister vows crackdown as over 840,000 foreigners overstay visas in Nigeria. Governor Mba equips forest guard for intensified rainy season anti-crime operations. Governor Oti intervenes in Abia local government salary withholding, orders probe and mediation. Details of the news. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has raised concern over growing threats to the safety of healthcare workers in Nigeria. The association warned that recent incidents of violence against medical personnel could trigger broader industrial unrest if not urgently addressed. In a statement signed by its president, Dr. Mohammed Usman Suleiman, NAD condemned the assault on a female house officer at the Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Shagamu, Ogun State. The association described the attack as shocking and barbaric, insisting it represents a serious breach of professional safety and human dignity in the health sector. NAD urged authorities to strengthen hospital security and address systemic gaps to prevent further attacks on healthcare workers nationwide. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Josh Amopiton, has called for urgent reforms to Nigeria's legal and regulatory frameworks to keep pace with digital governance. Speaking at the 47th Founders Day lecture of the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies in Abuja, Professor Amopiton warned that emerging technologies present both opportunities and risks to democracy. He cited concerns over artificial intelligence manipulation, cyber insecurity, and the spread of misinformation as growing threats to electoral integrity. He stressed the need for proactive laws to protect civic participation and strengthen public trust in governance systems. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, has announced that over 840,000 foreign nationals are currently residing in Nigeria with expired visas. Speaking on Channels Television, the minister said the figure, put at 848,290, was obtained through an upgraded immigration monitoring system. He described the development as a national security concern, warning that irregular migrants could be vulnerable to exploitation or criminal activity. Dr. Tunji Ojo also ruled out any agreement that would allow Nigeria to receive foreign prisoners from the United Kingdom. The Enugu state government has distributed rain capes and boots to members of the State Forest Guard to enhance year-round security operations. The equipment was provided through the Office of the Commander of the Forest Guard to ensure uninterrupted patrols during the rainy season. Authorities say the initiative will strengthen bush combing, deep forest surveillance, and rural security operations despite adverse weather conditions. The government noted that the measure forms part of Governor Peter Mba's broader strategy to improve security and operational readiness across the state. The Lagos State Police Command has ordered the immediate withdrawal of the Lagos State Environmental Sanitation and Special Offences Unit, commonly known as the Task Force, from traffic enforcement duties. The directive was announced in a statement by the Police Public Relations Officer, Superintendent of Police, Abimbola Adebisi. She explained that the decision is aimed at improving professionalism and streamlining traffic management operations in the state. The task force will, however, continue to perform its other statutory responsibilities, excluding traffic control. The governor of Benue State, Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia, has approved a one-week public holiday for civil and public servants to mark the 2026 Easter celebration. The directive, which took effect on March 31st, allows workers to remain off duty until April 8th, while essential service providers are exempted. Governor Alia said the gesture is intended to allow residents time for reflection, prayer, and family engagement during the Easter period. Normal government operations are expected to resume fully on Wednesday, April 8, 2026. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has warned that proceeds from illicit drug trafficking are increasingly financial global terrorism. The chairman of the agency, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, stated that this at his counter-narcotics workshop in Abuja. He described the trend as narco-terrorism, noting that drug money is being used to fund weapons and destabilize regions. The NDLA also announced collaboration with the United States Drug Enforcement Administration on a 12-month joint operational strategy. The newly deployed Commissioner of Police in Jigawa State, Haruna Alaba Yahaya, has vowed to intensify the fight against crime in the state. He made the declaration during his maiden briefing where he outlined plans to tackle armed robbery, cattle rusting, and drug-related offenses. Yahaya said his administration will rely on intelligence-led policing and interagency collaboration to enhance security operations. He also urged residents to support security agencies with timely information to help sustain peace and order. The Plateau State government has relaxed the 48-hour curfew earlier imposed on Jos North local government area following improved security conditions. The Commissioner for Information and Communication, Joyce Loha Ranmap, confirmed the development in a statement issued in Jos. Residents are now permitted to move and conduct lawful activities between 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. daily, effective from April 1st, 2026. Security agencies, however, remain on heightened alert as government works to consolidate peace in affected communities. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Interior Minister vows crackdown on visa overstayers as government intensified immigration enforcement. Governor Peter Mbai equips Forest Guard with operational gear ahead of rainy season as anti-crime operations are stepped up across Enugu State. Coming up shortly, Governor Alex Oti intervenes in Abia local government salary dispute, ordering mediation and investigation into alleged financial infractions. Details coming up. We'll be right back.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has intervened in an alleged dispute involving the chairman of Ikwano local government area, Mr. Antonio Waubani, over accusations of salary withholding and diversion of council assets. The governor confirmed awareness of reports that a councillor's salary has been withheld since December 2025, alongside allegations concerning the seizure of solar-powered streetlight meant for Oboro Ward 2. Governor Oti directed the State Commissioner for Finance, Mr. Woma Okando, and Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chief Monde Obani, to mediate and resolve the matter. He reaffirmed this administration's commitment to accountability and transparent governance at the local government level. The head teacher of Aneke Community Primary School 1 in Umuahia South local government area, Mrs. Chinemerem Ekemezi, has appealed for urgent government intervention over the poor condition of the school. She raised concerns about dilapidated classrooms, lack of sanitation facilities, and increasing vandalism affecting the learning environment. Mrs. Ekemezi made the appeal during the school's third annual inter-house sports event, warning that the situation poses risks to pupils and staff, especially with the onset of the rainy season. In response, the Education Secretary, Mr. Patrick Ubiaru, assured that the State Universal Basic Education Board would intervene as part of ongoing education infrastructure reforms under Governor Alex Oti's administration. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC Limited, has allocated 7 crude oil cargoes to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery for May 2026, marking an increase from previous monthly allocation. The development is part of efforts to strengthen domestic refining capacity and reduce dependence on imported petroleum products. Industry sources note that the refinery requires about 13 to 15 cargoes monthly to operate at its full 650,000 barrel per day capacity. Officials say the increased allocation is expected to support fuel supply stability and ease pressure on foreign exchange demand. Ogun State has maintained its position against an immediate ban on styrofoam and single-use plastics despite tightening restrictions in neighboring Lagos and Oyo states. Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Ola Oresanya, stated that there are currently no plans for an outright prohibition, arguing that styrofoam remains safe under proper usage conditions. Environmental concerns have, however, intensified as Lagos enforces strict bans while Oyo State moves toward full prohibition by 2027. Experts warn that cross-border circulation of banned plastics could pose environmental and public health risks, calling for coordinated regional policy framework. Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has unveiled the 2026 Lagos Economic Development Update, outlining strategies to strengthen the state's economic resilience. The governor, represented by Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, described the document as a roadmap to address global economic uncertainties and enhance productivity. The policy framework, anchored on the Teams Plus agenda, prioritizes innovation, infrastructure development, and job creation. Officials say the plan is designed to deepen inclusive growth and reinforce Lagos' position as Africa's leading sub-national economy. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has expressed support for the Code of Conduct Bureau plan to digitize asset declaration processes for public officers. He made this known during a meeting with the Bureau's Southeast Zonal Director, Mr. Akim Folarin Feishola, in Isialangwa South local government area. Governor Oti described digital governance as essential to improving transparency and public sector efficiency. He pledged state support for full compliance and infrastructure upgrades to strengthen the Bureau's operations in Abia State. Now in sports, the lineup for the expanded 2026 FIFA World Cup has been completed following the conclusion of European and intercontinental playoff matches. The final 6 qualifiers, Democratic Republic of Congo, Iraq, Sweden, Czech Republic, Turkey, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, secured the remaining slots in the 48-team tournament. This marks a historic expansion aimed at increasing global participation and representation across continents. The tournament structure is now fully set, with preparations intensifying ahead of the global football showcase. 6 additional nations have progressed to the main qualifying phase of the 2027 African Cup of Nations following the conclusion of the preliminary round. Burundi advanced after a dominant aggregate victory over Chad, while Ethiopia and Eritrea also secured qualification with convincing wins. Somalia progressed after defeating Mauritius on penalties following a goalless draw, joining Lesotho and South Sudan in the next stage. They will now compete in the main qualifying draw alongside Africa's top-ranked teams for a place in the continental tournament. Now in entertainment, social media has been flooded with speculation over singer and fashion personality Temi Etudola following recent photographs shared online. The images posted shortly after her 30th birthday celebration sparked rumors of a possible pregnancy among followers. Temi Etudola, who is married to music executive Mr. Easy, has not confirmed the speculation, which continues to circulate across entertainment platforms. The couple previously faced similar rumors, but no official statement has been issued regarding the latest claims. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has raised concern over what he described as a significant immigration challenge, disclosing that more than 840,000 foreign nationals are currently residing in Nigeria with expired visas. He attributed the development to data generated from an upgraded immigration monitoring system and described the situation as a national security concern requiring urgent intervention. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has strengthened security operations across the state by equipping the State Forest Guard with rain capes and boots ahead of the peak rainy season. The initiative, deployed through the Office of the Commander of the Forest Guard, is aimed at ensuring uninterrupted patrols, bush combing, and surveillance operations despite difficult weather conditions in line with the state's broader security strategy. In Abia State, Governor Alex Oti has intervened in an alleged dispute involving chairman of Ikwano local government area, Mr. Anthony Mubani, over accusations of salary withholding and diversion of council property. The governor has directed the State Commissioner for Finance, Mr. Woma Okando, alongside Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chief Monde Ubani, to mediate and resolve the matter, reaffirming his administration's commitment to transparency and accountability at the local government level. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
every second. The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself. What makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination. It is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone. It becomes stronger together.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, my people of Enugu, Kenkeneme. I hope you guys enjoyed yesterday, and today is a new afternoon. And you know what I didn't get here? The best of best, G's groove, everything, yeah, for table. We break table, we do all kinds of dissecting. Like, you know what I mean? We dissect and we tell you what has happened on the internet world, the celebrity internet world. We tell you what is happening. And I know it is between you and I here. And today I have a lot of I emphasize on lot of crazy and mind-blowing gist for you. Hot. I'm going to spice up the afternoon for you, wherever you are watching. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka Red Pepper, because I'm going to put some red, spicy, hot pepper on some people's eyes, ear, and everything. Just, you wait for my first gist. And my first gist, this lady I'm talking about has been trolled online and people have been mad about her tweets, but she doesn't care, she's doing her thing and she is in her own world, ruling it. And it is the actor Yul Edochie, his elder brother's ex-fiancé, who tweeted, she goes by the name Yankee. She said she was actually shading Mel Edochie in her recent program she held in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, and she was showing some shades to her. Yeah. And she said, "Madam, you filed for divorce. After that, every day you must remind us that you still have not just one man first, but his last name. You can't just sit back and do a lot of things you want to do. Just allow us rest. I know you want." She has been saying a lot of things, and she said she knows that Yul Edochie is in his own tight corner enjoying, but May in her own corner wants him back, and the divorce is real, and the divorce is the real business, not an attention-seeking tactics. Ensure you are present in the next hearing and stop running about, going about, moving from one corner. This woman is bitter. When I mean this woman is bitter, she said she just advised her to remain in the street, and the street life looks good on her. And we all know who she is actually shading. It's May, the Queen May, the Queen herself. She's actually shading May Edochie. I don't know. These are two big lions fighting. And who are we? We have to watch them, throw each other. And we see the likes of Judy Austin's ex-husband also coming online to throw Judy and the rest. It's the combat. It's the Doche family that has been trending for a while. We don't know what is going on, but the Doche family has to keep it on check because their legs are outside. We are watching. We're just anticipating the next move. What is going to happen? And Aneke is not stopping because she's the tweet queen. She has a keyboard. She's always tweeted and giving a heavy punch to someone we all know. But the queen is on her lane, enjoying the cruise and doing her thing and making it big out there. And I like the fact that Judy Austin's ex-husband, Mr. Obasi, is actually enjoying himself in the whole cruise. Making himself feel like more of like celebrity because he's now a celebrity. Because people wants to snap picture with him. People wants to, be in his blog, tweeting, and he's making some good likes, comments, and the rest on the social media. And you know what it is? It is good money. The man is just tapping to the glory and the whole family. Wow, that's boss. That's what I said. That's what I call smart move. When you see an opportunity, utilize it. Don't wait for it to just come. Just hit it. Keep hitting it. Since it's just an opportunity for you to grow and make money, just keep hitting it. One day you might hit it so big. So big. I'm moving over to my second gist is about skills. The musician's skills. He was actually shading Cubana Chief Priest for his tweet, and he says this guy is delusional. I can't believe he said that life lost and all you could care about is the president being embarrassed. I can't believe that you wrote this thing. You don't have conscience. So many celebrities has been throwing Cubana Chief Priest over his recent tweets. This tweet has just been bruising the internet space, and people are saying that he has no conscience at this point in time where we need his voice, we need everything that he could, the support he could get. All he is in about is the embarrassment that was caused to President Tinubu. People are just hitting it on him, and they're not taking it light. And for me, I think Cubana Chief Priest went so far. Yeah, he actually went so far, so far on this, because I see no reason at that point when you know that people want your voice, people needs to get your voice and everything. You're just here catching cruise and making fun of this. I'm feeling that you are on your right. I think Fowles and some other celebrity has come to bash Cubana Chief Priest over his recent action, and this they call it delusional, and people are saying that he has no human conscience, and a lot of things have been said. But the person we're talking about is he doesn't have time for this. He's just enjoying himself, giving his own tour around, enjoying his political career that has just started. And who knows, he might be lucky. He might just get what he's actually seeking for at the expense of what is actually happening in jail. And we move over to the next one, and it says DMW by the singer Demiro. He said that DMW doesn't give me money and I don't get what I expect. Not like last week I was talking about Leah, who was an signee of the DMW, and she of the Davido's record label. She came out there to say so many things, and she didn't even recognize her boss as being a legend he is. I won't use the word legend, but a big artist, He just named him. He didn't even mention Davido on her list of top artists. And now it is Demiro, like he's trying to say a lot of things that he is not expecting, and he doesn't recognize his label as, and he has left. And he said he he said a lot of things the previous week, and today he's tweeting, and he said a lot of things, and which is, he said he gets nothing, not money or what he expects from the label, and why is he still there, I think when most of these artists always find a way to make the label and look so bad, I feel very bad, because these artists, when they are signing their contract, I don't know if they actually read through or they just want to sign. And when everything is going bad for them, they come to cause the label and tell the record label that they are not doing what they are meant to do. And it's very devastating. And, we're also blocking their way, Yeah, so he is doing his music. All of a sudden, he doesn't want to belong to the DMW record label, and he's leaving it because he said he's not getting what he expected from the label. So there's nothing there. And when he was asked if he has plans to sign with any label, he said, I don't feel like signing anything right now. I just feel like they will just give you money to hold you down. And asked if what he experienced with DMW, he said they didn't give me money, it was just work and more like a platform. This is the second artist from the record label that is coming out to say, to throw that indirect shade to the label. And I don't know, is Davido not doing what he's meant, or he's just focused on himself, forgetting that he has signees? There has to be a fish that we need to fish out, because it's just not normal that these things are occurring. But we just have to do some findings, and the finding is our online in-law to throw and get this artist talking, and the record label, to say one or two things. We need to hear some certain things from these managers, owners of these record labels, because people are actually accusing it. Over to my next gist is about Arya Star. A couple of months we are actually rejoicing that she actually was signed into the Jay-Z Rock Nation, and now she has allegedly ended her contract with the Jay-Z's Rock Nation after they asked her not to mention Jesus or God in any of her songs. She's not ready to keep exposing her body for the sake of show business. Arasta wants to cover herself, dress decently, and talk about God freely without anyone stopping her. There's nothing greater than God. Allegedly. What I mean, allegedly. But if actually this is true, girl, I don't expect this from Arya Star. Covering her body, I think Arya Star sells more of a music, being exposing. If it's coming from fans, I would say, yeah, there's the possibility of this happening. But from Arya Star, girl, there's more to this particular thing that is going on here. I mean, there is more to this. I feel like, there's something. Is she giving us that she has repented? But we like the crazy Arya Star. We like her like that. We like her crazy. We like her expressive. We like her, doing her cruise, and what a hot body can do. The hot body. That's Arya Star for you. She will say what a hot body can do, because you see Arya Star is giving but why she's trying to be a Christian, covering up all these things. Will she sell, leaving Jay-Z Rock Nation? Will she be able to do some will she be able to trend global as usual? That's something I don't know for now. But we will actually find out. Let's just give her a couple of months to know if she will maintain the stand. But if not, she better go back to the to the Jay-Z Rock Nation, because that's where her publicity will grow more. I think it's too early to leave. I would say it's too early to leave, because she did not close her eyes, or she did not. Her eyes were wide open when she signed those contracts, so she wouldn't say she was forced. There should have been like some initial prior agreement, she should know that this kind of things is bound to happen. So all of a sudden she's not, or maybe she feels that she has gotten the publicity she wanted in the first place and now she wants to leave. Girl, if she's gonna make it without the help, okay, it's okay. We're here, we're the online in-laws. We're here to feast on her hot body can do. I mean, hot body can do. So if you don't have hot body, like Ayasta will say, please excuse the hard bodies. Woo. Okay, moving over to my next gist. It is our big bird. I call him the big bird. You know, when I mean the big bird, the biggest bird, that is Wizkid. Yeah, I call him the big bird. He is the big bird, and there's an online speculation that allegedly he's building over 500 houses for some of his fans that have supported him for years. In a few months it will be ready and he will be sharing it randomly. If he picks you, his team will quickly contact you and you are not expected to pay anything. 500 houses for fans. This house is huge. Guess what? This will be costing millions, billions. Which he does not do giveaway. He gives people things that will change their life. Wow. If actually this is true, and I mean, if actually this is true, allegedly, if this is actually true, I'm giving a big shout out, although he's not my Ran, but I'm gonna give a big shout out to Wizkid, the big bird. I call him the big bird because he does his things in a big way. And you see, this is a massive thing for the people who's, giving back to the society what they have given back to you before, previously, is actually making, this is a big move, Some people should just look out there and, see that he doesn't talk much. He doesn't do all line chap. He's an action kind of person. If he wants to go for you, he's going for you. If he doesn't, he stays on his lane. But one thing I know about Wizkid, don't come for him, because if you do, you have cooked yourself a hot pepper soup which you will be ready to eat, very hot and spicy. And you know what it means. People that don't talk, there is a popular saying that say that people that don't talk should be feared the most. Yeah. He doesn't talk, he doesn't make noise, he doesn't make breeze. Well, their actions are very loud. Whenever they want your head, they go for it. And they don't need to come and make mouth it. They just do it. So it's a huge one for the fans, the Wizkid fans, the Big Bird fans. It's a very big huge one, like very massive huge one. And okay, I initially told you guys about how Skibs was shading Cubana chief priest. Now the shade has gone massive. People are beginning to throw him. Now it's about Cubana chief priest. He has lost over 20,000 followers in less than 1 hour after he said the people who died, over 40 people injured, they just spoiled Tinubu's birthday. This act was to spoil Tinubu's birthday instead of sympathizing with the families of those who lost their lives and praying and for them to be strong. Instead, he just tweeted that Tinubu should be strong and they are planning to spoil his birthday. And he said he has zero regret for those who lost their life and relative. I don't think he said that, but people will just make it hot, spicy, and pepperish. But his recent tweets have generated a lot of controversies. People are tweeting, people are angry with him for not having that sympathy as a human being. Instead of sympathizing with people who lost their lives and every other thing, he chose to emphasize on the president's birthday, which some people are not getting it funny. What I mean, some people are not getting it funny. People are feeling like he's going overboard. He's doing too much. When they say someone is doing too much, he was actually doing too much, and people are beginning to feel like irritated about this action. And it's going to be a whole lot of week for us this week. Basketball's everywhere, and I have some cool question for some people out there. And my questions are always hot and spicy, and you know it. Okay, my first question will be, what will you delete? Would you delete all your social media for a healthy relationship? Online in-law, come close, come close, come close. I repeat, would you delete all your social media for a healthy relationship? Would you delete all your social media for a healthy relationship? Social media, would you delete them for a healthy relationship? For me, well, me that has planned on how much I'll be making. And you're here telling me to delete what? I go nowhere. We rest ourselves there. Social media, where we belong. But I don't think social media, not having social media will relationship where one spoil go spoil. No be you go hold up. If you dare there or you know there, all you just have to do is just control, modernize, and try to be on lane. Don't overdo it. I don't think having it will be the cause of you losing your relationship, because if that man really loves you, he will like you to make some progress. It should not be hindrance to your growth. So I think a man that loves you will not say, please delete your, unless you are the one jeopardizing it, you know, what things you tweet out there, things you post out there are causing, but you just have to minimize it, not to delete it. After deleting some things, important news, things with very important information out there needs to get to you, because you deleted those social, you will not be able to get them. It's so appalling. And I have my next question, and it will be one habit that you can't do without. That one habit, I think, yeah, I like eating meat a lot. So, yeah, yeah, I think that would be one habit, yeah. But I always want you guys to go on our official social handle to comment one habit you cannot do without. You know, go on our official page, tell us those habits, those mind-blowing habits you have. Another one is, I'm not going to say it here because some people are looking at me to figure it out, to use it against me in the future. You cannot use it against me, but guys, I'm going to keep that on suspense. But I think I will spell it out someday, sometime, because when you will know I will spell it out, you just have to be here, always here to listen, yeah, to watch, listen, and get me to hear when I spill the hot gist, the things you want to hear. But for now, you go on our social, on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, on Aneke TV, to comment and to tell us that one habit you cannot do without. And another question is that, what for me, I have three options. In these three options, I want you to go on my comment section to tell me one of these that is a deal breaker for you. Is it disrespect? Is it poor hygiene? Or bad habits? Because I will be there to tell you my own. So I want you to go right there to the comment section and tell me what is that deal breaker that you cannot, when I mean you cannot tolerate. Like one thing you cannot deal with, one deal breaker you cannot deal with. Is it disrespect? Is it poor hygiene? Or is it bad habit? Disrespect, poor hygiene, or bad habit. I feel for me, I think poor hygiene. Yeah. No. Bad attitude. I will use the word bad attitude, because if you have that, I don't think I can stay in that close range with you, because everything about you will just be paining me. There will be pepper in my eyes for me to remember. And another thing I have for you is just pick one. Is it money or power? One thing if you have to have this thing, what would you have? Is it money or power? I have so many questions for you guys on today's show. You can just always go on our comment section or on Aneke TV on our socials, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook. Just go there. Just answer those questions. Just tell me what you have in mind, because we're gonna have a very, very good sound singing tomorrow. this same station tomorrow. At this point, I'm going to draw a curtain. Yeah, awaiting your response on my social so that tomorrow we're going to spill it and dissect all these questions. And it is for today. It has ended, like, but I wait. I'm waiting for you guys out there to comment. Tell me, give me your response on these questions I've asked. Okay, today we have come to the end of the show. I still remain your number one baby girl. I call myself aka social lawyer, right? Pepe, because I am pepperish. You know what I mean? Pepperish. I did not leave any table untouched. I always put pepper on the eyes of people that needs the pepper, and always spice and hold the light of your day. And you know it. We'll do this tomorrow, same station, and I'll say goodbye and bye-bye. Love you all. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Today is April Fool's Day, observed in many countries as a light-hearted occasion where people engage in jokes, pranks, and playful deception meant to entertain and create laughter. While the tradition is widely associated with humor, its deeper significance goes beyond amusement, reflecting important aspects of human psychology, social interaction, and cultural expression. Although its exact origin remains uncertain, historical accounts often link April Fool's Day to France, where it is believed to have developed from springtime celebrations marked by festivity, light-hearted mischief. Other interpretations trace its roots to ancient Roman seasonal festivals that celebrated renewal and transition, suggesting that humor has long been tied to moments of cultural change. Beyond entertainment, the day offers philosophical insights into trust, perception, and social behavior. It highlights how easily information can be accepted without verification, reminding individuals of the importance of critical thinking in everyday life. In an age of rapid communication and digital media, April Fool's Day also reflects the broader issue of misinformation and the need for discernment before reacting to claims. From a moral perspective, the observance encourages balance between humor and responsibility. While laughter can strengthen social bonds and reduce stress, ethical considerations demand that jokes do not harm dignity, emotional well-being, or public trust. These reinforces values such as empathy, respect, and restraint in interpersonal relationships. In relation to health and living, humor plays a significant psychological role. Studies in positive psychology show that laughter can reduce stress hormones, improve cardiovascular health, and enhance emotional resilience. However, when jokes become deceptive or harmful, they can produce the opposite effect, causing anxiety, mistrust, or emotional distress. Thus, The equality of human matters as much as its presence. Ultimately, April Fool's Day serves as a cultural reminder of the dual nature of human interaction, the ability to create joy through laughter, and the responsibility to ensure that such joy does not come at the expense of others' well-being.
You're welcome to Aneke TV and our program Arena. This is where we dissect topical issues that affect our country and of course worldwide. We're always very incisive, just as we bring in eminent scholars and experts who dissect our topics and make it everything about a detailed knowledge across to you viewers. And today we are going to discuss about a topic, the role of the media in solving Nigeria's problem. We are all aware that there are numerous problems in the country called Nigeria. The problems ranges from security, leadership problem, corruption problem, economic problem, infrastructural problem. The moment I name them, there are very numerous to mention. And the government may have been overwhelmed in confronting these problems all along. Today, we are going to lend voice on what the problems are and what could be done by the media as the fourth estate of the realm in Nigeria towards contributing to stemming the tide of most of these problems. And I have here in the studio an erudite scholar, Dr. Maxwell Menkiti Ngene. He's a public affairs analyst, commentator, university teacher, and he's been so many things at different times.
Thank you very much.
We want to welcome you, Dr. Ngene.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing a topic that is just under my terrain.
Because we know who you are. We know you are indeed going to make serious contributions and dissecting this topic in such a way that the general public will understand what it is and how it could be done. You will also be lecturing the journalists themselves out there to know exactly how to apply these things in shaping and making Nigeria better for it. Of course, taking Nigeria to another level. And let me go straight to it. You see, most often they will say the role of the journalist or the media in ensuring, taking, having the government accountable, just being accountable to the people. So it is the role of the media. So can you tell us your take on that, primary role of the media in a given society?
Well, thank you very much. You see, the way this topic has been coined, it carries an implicit assumption worth flagging early. So I'd like to state from the outset that the mass media is not a government ministry. It is not a government agency per se. It's not a government department. It is not even a court of law, nor is it a legislature. The mass media, like the moderator had said, the producer of the program Rex had told you, is the fourth estate of the realm. For us, the mass media, in the sense we are going to discuss this program, is a facilitator and not an executive. The mass media is that which educates people on what the issues are, it informs people on what the main issues are and gives them the information necessary for making informed decisions. The mass media entertains people and helps them to engage in escapist tendencies, particularly in a time like this when things have become very stressful in terms of the economic lifestyle of every Nigerian. So we need to look at it from the point of mentioning some of these problems, and I'd like to discuss these problems in clusters. The first one is that a major problem with Nigeria has to start do with governance and accountability. Governance and accountability, and in that regard we are looking at corruption, impunity, weak institutions, electoral fraud and electoral manipulation, the type we are having because the controversy is ongoing regarding whether or not Aneke would ensure that there's electronic transmission of results from the polling booths. That have been a problem, and public opinion is there. So now we have to also look at the second one, the issue of security. The issue of security in Nigeria, in that sense, we are looking at the activities of Boko Haram, ISWAP, IPOB, ESN in the southeast, the Niger Delta oil thieves, and so on and so forth. And in that regard, you have to see also later we have to go into the economy. I'm trying to look at the different issues that are problems, because remember there are myriads of problems. These problems are not just multitasking, it's multidimensional. We need to confront it headlong. So we look at the issue of economy, and in that regard we have to look at poverty eradication, the level or degree of unemployment. We need to look at inflation, the naira instability. All those things are very important that we look at them because of this program. Subsidy removal aftermath, very serious. Even now that there's war between Israel, Iran, America against Iran in the Middle East, these things are all part of the problems facing Nigeria today. And moreover, when we're talking about economy, we may have to also look at how the media could help in disengaging Nigeria from the monolithic economy over dependence on oil.
Why don't we start from there?
Because again we have problems that have to do with social aspects of the problems. In that regard we look at religious tensions, ethnic rivalry, etc. We look at infrastructural decay, educational decay, insufficient water, the digital divide, the economic, the information rich, the information poor, all those things, those who live in the rural areas. But having said that, the media is doing the facilitative role. We need to later look at the real functions of the media, where the media must begin to set agenda, play a watchdog role, surveillance role, all the advocacy roles. When your questions come, we begin to look at it one after the other.
So, in all of this, having enumerated a whole lot of things, there's a gamut of problems and what should be tackled, and how the media plays the different roles in attacking those things and making Nigeria to be better for it in terms of the numerous problems associated with the country presently. I want you to
even the problem with our democracy.
Yes, I want you to actually come in primarily on the issue of leadership, selection of leadership.
I see.
So that what's the role? What will the media do to ensure that Nigerians get the best of leadership, so that it will not be such a thing that just a group of bourgeois will impose the leadership on the country just to fulfill themselves. Well, the process of leadership emergence in Nigeria have been such that have attracted catalog of criticisms by a lot of
you're very right. The media in Nigeria sorry, viewer, the media in Nigeria have done excellently in many regards over the years, from pre-independence era to First Republic, Second Republic, even the military era, helped to chase them out, and even the democracy we're enjoying today. However, when it comes to the issue of leadership and leadership emergence in our country, we agree that that has been a major problem, because the average Nigerian leader or politician, those who are particularly those who are extremely lucky to find themselves in the corridors of power, is replete with fraud. They're very corrupt. Nigerians are fantastic when it comes to manipulating systems and making systems to work the way they want. And if you do a more critical analysis, you will just agree that it had not helped Nigeria as a country. It had not helped Nigerian institutions to work. They knew how to subvert the system. That is why you see people who are in PDP benefited from PDP, for example, in Enugu State, for example, being Senate president, being governors, being this and that. If for any reason they lose leadership positions, you see them migrate or move from party A to party B. At times it could lead to formation of new parties of their own. At times it could also lead to parties that are existing. Parties whose philosophy are diametrically opposed to the ones that told us they hold. Those philosophies that we're espousing, you will see that there are daggers run from the new parties that have gone into. So, but this point is that those in government, in leadership position, the way they've operated over the years, bringing in violence, harassment, ensuring that those who should participate in democracy do not participate, ensuring that those who should contribute meaningfully are not allowed to even participate. Those things have not really helped Nigeria. So in a sense, you see some states in Nigeria, even Nigeria as a country, you need to wonder why eggheads, you need to wonder why people who are very brilliant hardly emerge as president, hardly emerge as governors. Only rarely, if ever, will you find such places, people in government, just in a few places. And when you see them, and some of them that are very sincere, you begin to see profound influence that they're exerting in the polity, in the system, in trying to bring about positive changes. So, as a matter of fact, the media has been playing its dog role in that instance, and must continue to play its dog role. But the problem is not just about the media playing its role. The media also has its constraints and limitations, which we are going to talk about later, because he who pays the piper dictates the tune. In our country, for instance, most media outfits are owned by either government or those politicians that have stolen Nigeria to the marrow and have used the monies they've stolen to set up their own media organizations. At times people think that the media is setting agenda for the public without knowing that these agendas are the agendas that are set by media owners, who most times are the elites, who most times are those that have stolen. So the people are at a loss as to what is the real public opinion, because it also depends again in a number of things, even the way the media frames issues. The media can at times the media may want to frame a topic the way that Nigerian people can now try to see how they can solve such a problem, but the media can also frame the topic in a manner that could make members of the public not to have interest in the issue. Let me give you an example. A Nigerian newspaper like Punch, for instance, may want to frame removal of oil subsidy by saying that Nigerians have been relieved of the fuel subsidy burden. Another one could also say that Tinubu has increased the brilliance of millions of Nigerians. The same issue but different framing.
Removal of
false. Yeah. So you see, it's just an example. Similarly, they may want to frame Muslim terrorists who say they are headers going to kill farmers in Benue or farmers in Ozowani, and rather than framing it the way it is, to say that terrorists are now killing people, they may now begin to look at it from the ethnic or religious point of view, by now saying that there's a Muslim Christian clash, blah blah blah. So it depends.
Is it not in a bid to sensationalize?
That's sensational reporting, but at times again, because of fear of reprisal, because most times those that patronize these media outfits the more are governments, state governments, federal governments, their ministries, their departments and agencies. So for fear of the withdrawal of patronage, media outfits that are weak in terms of financial stability may begin to dance to their tune, so that they will not take away the oxygen.
Okay.
But having said that, there are a whole lot of things the media could do.
Yes, there are a whole lot of things. But you have talked about influences.
Yes, so
because the media has its own role to play, and some of these roles you have enumerated,
like the watchdog role, like
yes,
is the oldest of the functions of the media and one of the most critical, because according to Maxwell McCombs and Donald Shaw, the media may not tell people what to think, but the media is stunningly successful in telling people what to think about. That is why if the media does not report on an issue, that issue is deemed not to have happened. So in that case, you can now see that the media, through investigative journalism, plays crucial roles in highlighting issues of public significance by the emphasis it is given, by the way it is framed, by the quality of paragraphs, for instance, in terms of by even the placement. If it's newspaper, how prominent is it? Did they just bury the story in one of the pages? Is it in the front page? Is it at the center spread? Is it at the back page? And so on. Is the issue worthy of editorial comment? And so on and so forth. There are a lot of things that the media could do. So, but the point is that in civilized societies, in developed societies, it is far better for individuals to own the media. Indian media that will be truly independent, media outfits that will be professionally and ethically managed in terms of the conduct of the journalists and broadcasters, in terms of ethics, in terms of knowledge of mass media laws, and so on, in terms of doing things that are right, in terms of being fair, showing balance, remembering that there are two sides to a coin, objectivity. You understand? So maybe, but as we have said, the media does quite a lot. And in terms of the agenda setting role, it is the business of the mass media and its practitioners to begin to set agenda for government. Because again, they say that a society or a country gets the kind of media that it wants. So it has also to do with the quality of people who are practicing in the media, in terms of having the requisite training, in terms of, but now it's tougher with the emergence of social media. You can see that anybody who owns phones, anybody who is able to buy credits, have internet connectivity, had suddenly become a journalist, what we call citizen journalism. They now originate content, they now begin to cut and paste, and most times they do not verify facts. They do not go through the usual gatekeeping rules that people like to play here.
And
in terms of
the teacher says it is garbage in.
So when you do not fact check, it is the media in that regard could do a whole lot of damage to people, their thinking, their perception, their views, their opinions on an issue and it could destroy society.
And are you implying, because you talked about the media independence from a perspective of what is obtained internationally, that is outside Nigeria, are you implying that the media is not truly independent in Nigeria? And if they are not, what do you think are the factors? Because if they are not independent, it means that the ombudsman role in democracy by the media is far-fetched.
I'm not saying that the media is not independent, so to say. It depends on the eyes that you're looking at it from, or the way you see it.
From the eye of a reasonable man.
Yeah, in Nigeria, we must applaud most of our journalists. They have acquitted themselves creditably. But again, the climate under which they perform, the offices where they stay and write stories, some of those offices are not conducive. Some of these journalists are not paid what is commensurate. In Nigeria, some career lines have peculiar salary structure. The media that does essential services had not been factored as an institution where members of that organization should be treated fairly, specially, because of the nature of the work they do, and because of the fact that after the legislature, the judiciary and the executive, that is the only institution that have been given a constitutional role by the Nigerian Constitution. That's why they look at it as the fourth estate of the realm, coming after the three arms of government, because they've been given the role of holding those in power accountable. And that is the role that they are playing. And in Nigeria, where those who have been assigned the task of ensuring proper welfare and security of the people, and they have failed to do that, they are not happy with journalists, because journalists are usually asking questions, probing, trying to find out the reason why, notwithstanding the gamut of God-given endowments in terms of resources, you've not been able to use the resources to solve Nigerian problems. Why? How? When people begin to ask questions, those who are who have not been compliant, or those who have failed in their duties, hate dealing with such people. Rather than seeing journalists, media practitioners as partners in progress, they begin to see them as those whose excesses should be curbed, those who we must have a strained relationship with, because if we allow them, they have the ability to influence attitudes, perception, opinions. So it's been a problem.
And that could be why there are a few legislations that tend to impede on
if you rewind your mind,
media practice.
Yes, if you rewind your mind back to the time when Nigeria was tinkering with Freedom of Information, the bill or the act now, it took a lot of time. Those in the National Assembly, as it were at the time, were afraid that journalists will become too powerful and that it could make the journalists to come after them. And these are narrow thinking, pedantic reasoning, because that is not the truth. Journalists, by their training, are people whose first watchword is accuracy of facts, truthfulness, honesty, fairness, balance, dealing with people the way people will have them do unto them, which is the golden rule. So, but even after it had come, some journalists, if you ask them,
for those in the traditional media,
in mainstream media, yes, if you ask them, why is it that we are not seeing a lot of investigative pieces? If they tell you what they go through, even when it's become a law that journalists could apply for certain documents, it's not as easy as it's been theorized. So practical application becomes very difficult, and That's it. But again, the media could lose its education function. The media must know that even as a group, they could come under NUJ, come under the gates of editors and meet and synthesize issues and say these two issues are issues we need to drive this period. We don't want to make it episodic, just report on an issue and you go, but to put it constantly on the front burner. Let me give you example with what happened with the NSAS, the police brutality thing. How come, in spite of what Lai Mohammed and Buhari were doing as it were, they didn't succeed? It is because the journalists, the media in Nigeria, kept the issue in their front burner. They kept reporting on it, kept reporting on it in such a manner that it became difficult for those who should act to look the other way. So there are ways the media could exert, their potency, the power. Because there's one English adage that says that if the media is indeed efficacious or powerful, it means that those who work in the media must possess some measure of power. So in that regard, the media people must realize that notwithstanding all the constraints, notwithstanding all the limitations facing them, that they have an obligation, that there's a statutory obligation, responsibility to ensure that we have a society that will be for the common good of the majority of the Nigerian people.
Yes, if the efficacy of the media is that okay, then it means they will certainly have something to offer for the general good of Nigerians. And we are going to pause for a break. We will come back. We'll continue our program. We're still on Arena on Aneke TV, and I'm still your anchor. Please stay tuned. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when we leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. We cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria, and our topic is the role of the media in solving Nigeria's problem. We have talks on the media being the ombudsman of democracy, the last hope of the common man. These are just parts. Of course, our discussant here, Dr. Masumgene, have enumerated many roles of the media, and he will continue in that manner to tell us more of the functions of the media with respect to ensuring that there is a society better than the one we have in Nigeria.
Yes, thank you very much. There are different things the media could do. We started by telling you that the media could inform, it could educate, it could entertain. These are the primary things that the media does. The media can also allow people to get information and also educate people, public education. The media can be used for public education function. There are people who have never been to formal schools, secondary school, universities, but the media has been used like ABC in the air, IMT in the air, where people whose parents were poor and unable to train in those places were able to acquire university education. So in that regard, the media in Nigeria, because of Nigeria is a diverse country, and Nigerians appear not to understand the beauty of unity in diversity. In that regard, the media, through conflict reporting, can begin to think about peace building, de-emphasizing diffusing tension, de-emphasizing the war journalism approach to the Georgia, which is the peace approach to conflict resolution. The media can also they can counter disinformation. In Nigeria today, even in today's era of social media, where there is misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, and so on, the media can be used to counter information that is meant to tear apart, information that is meant to destroy, to bring disunity. The media can be able to say, this is the right thing, please come along, do not listen to this kind of people, and so on. The media can do a lot, even in policy advocacy, formation of public opinion. When there's an encounter between different opinion, views, the media can distill them and begin to help through its news coverage of public affairs and begin to tell people this is that. The media can also, through social candidates profiling during election, you can begin to profile them, to tell us their background, where they are coming from, what they've done before, why we need to vote for them, why we don't need to vote for such a candidate. The media can do quite a whole lot of things. I know that the media can do that. So in that regard, the media can force government to change its policy in the direction members of society want. For instance, you know what happened when Tinubu came to power. The first thing he did shortly after being sworn in was to say that fuel subsidy have been removed. Fuel subsidy, we don't know if he thought it true and true. But he said it, and up to today, Nigerians are still reeling from the pains of such policy somersault, and it's a problem. So the media can, but again, the media, very important, could give voice to the voiceless. The media can be the spokesperson of the ordinary man, the marginalized, those marginalized groups, those that are marginalized communities, the minority people, because in Nigeria, it's like those who are giants now use the big legs that God has given them to march and destroy the lower people. A lot is happening, and the media has to do something. But again, we later look at the constraints why the media are unable to perform their work. We also look at recommendations on what the media need to do to be able to do a better job than they're doing today. So by and large, the mass media has a lot to do that it and is doing, and that has led to we need a free press, for instance. And is our press free? We know situations where some people have been harassed and let out of the job. A lot has happened. But
yes, I earlier asked you about that. That is from independence, free press. Have we been doing? But it is from a perspective that some media practitioners are tied to the purse strings of some politicians and those in government, and thereby compromising. That is, we not coming out with what is very objective, not conforming to ethics, and not truly giving room for hearing the other side, or of the stories of the other side. So how true is that assertion? How true is that assertion in Nigeria? That sometimes the media falters, the media doesn't work the way it ought to work, not conforming to ethical standards.
Yeah, you are right. You see, media people must know that the function God had given them, the career line they have told, is such that it bestowed on them certain expectations. The expectation of being above board, the expectation of serving as models. Unfortunately, some people who are glutinous, people who are very greedy, who found themselves into the profession either by error or by providence, suddenly become opportunistic. Because again, in Nigeria, you see people who say they are working for the big four, they are working for the big eight, and that even their colleagues are nobodies because they are not working in such organizations. The point is that a free press is extremely important. In fact, it is sine qua non, is indispensable in the achievement of a better society. Whether it's election, whether it's telling people the truth, whether it's exposing corruption, whether it's holding people accountable, a free and independent press is a press that is required in our society. And that when the press is independent, when a press is perceived as credible, it leads to public trust. And public trust is extremely important, because if members of society, if the audience does not see a media outfit as trustworthy, credible, professional, ethical, then there's a likelihood that they will not listen, they will not read, they will not view content emanating from such a media outfit. In that regard, we know that there are journalists who are receiving paychecks from those in government, from government houses and politicians. It's working for them. Nobody is doing the proper scrutiny. The ombudsman is not working. Some of those people do not even understand the journalistic ethics in Nigeria. NUJ leadership in most places don't do their work, and that's why most journalists kill stories, because whenever they're not given brown envelopes, you're triggering me. And these are things we know that are counterproductive, that are negative, that do not help the practice of journalism, that do not help free expression, free exchange of ideas, and a strong press. But it happens in our society. It's the problem of poverty. It's the problem of poor funding of the media. The problems are a litany. We could go into it, but we do know that such things exist. But there are also some journalists who are courageous, who are fearless, who do the things expected of a journalist, who are dying, crying, hurting because of the way Nigeria is, and in most cases such journalists highly find themselves in the corridors of power because they see them as cannons that may not be held once they start shooting.
So, and some journalists being on this side as people who hold, being on this side as people who hold, it depends on what you're saying, this side of holding the people accountable, the side of pure, mainstream journalism. Sometimes when the people in power, hires them to begin to become their image makers and spokespersons, these same journalists tends to dance to the tune of such person, and then will jettison everything that has to do with ethic, everything that has to do with professionalism in journalism and all that. So, and how do we begin to do that? And then for those who are somehow tied to the apron strings due to poverty, they want money and all that, how do we bail the cat? How do we checkmate such situations? You said the NUJ editors are not doing the best, and sometimes some persons in the membership of this people also compromise. So who now takes the media persons that are not doing what they're supposed to do?
No, I don't know. I don't have
into account.
I may not go into that, but I want to look at the constraints and limitations, those things that inhibit the performance of journalists in Nigeria.
Yeah, I want you to get me right. Some journalists are not doing what they ought to.
You were at the time the chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists in Enugu State. You do know that journalists do not rely on check-off deductions to run their union. You know that most times they depend to a large extent on government patronage, and government knows that. That is why most times government puts journalists in their payroll and give them pittance, things that are insulting to the journalists. But because they know that somebody who are not individual for today cannot keep for tomorrow morning. Implying that the journalists are now saying cha-cha is better than nothing. Let's get whatever we can from these people. We already know that these people are innately wicked. If they're likely to their cow running away, so let them get the tail of the cow. So we know these things. It is sad that it's happening. It is sad that it's happening. What journalists do not know is that those who put them in their payrolls do not put them in their payrolls because they love them. They put them in their payroll as a way of gagging them, as a way of putting them in check, not to steal the game, as a way of telling them, do not expose my wrongdoings. But again, those who are stealing in and sitting in top government positions have not rewarded journalists appropriately. It's a bigger insult when what they are doing is made public. I don't know how journalists will see it when if names of journalists who are in payrolls in different government houses in Nigeria will fail. If members of the public will see their name and the take home they take every month, it will be catastrophic. It will be suicidal. But that does not also mean that those who pay them do not know the need to isolate those in their thinking are publishing in the big papers, in NTA, in FRCN network, etc., to reward them differently. The truth is that Nigeria is a very corrupt nation, and corruption is a cankerworm, a big monster that have destroyed the social fabric of our country. And there's a need for reorientation. There's a need for re-engineering. There's a need for so much. The Nigerian journalist must first of all ask himself, what is my role in society? They need to re-educate themselves. Those that have not gone to school need training and retraining. But before I begin to talk about that, you need to understand that poor funding limits journalism practice. Poor funding leads to gratification, awufu, expectation that journalists at times, some of them go to work not hoping on their salaries, but hoping on what the day will bring. At times you see them fight over sharing of largesse that have come. At times you see them compromising. At times you see them talking the way they shouldn't talk. At times it leads them into some lifestyle that destroys them in the final analysis, because they become drunks, some of them, and they do things they shouldn't do. They begin to practice in an unethical manner. Again, our problem is the issue of media ownership, political ownership. Like I said earlier in this program, ownership of the media is a problem. Journalists have not seen the need for partnership, maybe because the money is involved in establishing media outfits are very, very enormous. Those who own media outfits in Nigeria are either state government, federal government, or rich individuals, mostly politicians, with their political interests that they must serve. For instance, you can be in NTA, your DG, you begin to say things that are against Tinubu, because they say he who pays the piper dictates the tune. And journalists make mistake that a particular government is in power and is paying the subvention and salaries of civil servants who work in the media doesn't mean that allegiance is to government. Broadcasting exists ab initio. The media exists to serve the public interest. public interest. The public interest is the crux of the matter. If the media is not there to serve the public interest, then the media is of no use. No media, no society. No society, no media. So it's not about serving Pitamba. It's not about serving Suludo. It's not about serving Hope Uzodinma. It's not about serving Tinubu. It's about serving the Nigerian people. And it doesn't mean that if a governor is performing well, you should not eulogize him and praise him. Because if you do things professionally, when you criticize a government for doing the wrong thing, members of the public will listen and believe you because of your credibility. And that's very important. But again, you see that low professional and ethical standards is also a problem. Journalism appears now to be an all-comers affair, particularly for those who can write good prose, who can write good English,
and especially
those
of the social.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Okay. You know, because you see, journalism has specialized beats. At times, people from different career lines, philosophy, education, law, are drafted to sub beats so that they can bring specialist expertise to that beat and do it well. So in the process, some of them need training in-house so that they can imbibe the norms and the ethical conduct necessary for acquitting themselves very well. And again, you look at even the digital interruption that has been brought by social media. To that extent, there's a decline in the print media in terms of readership. A lot of people, even before the social media, internet emergence, we used to have low women readership of newspapers, for example. I don't know if there's been an increase. There are little or no work, empirical studies in that regard to know whether women are now beginning to read online newspapers and so on. But from what we are seeing, there's a decline in the publication and circulation of newspapers in terms of the sales. I remember many years ago when as students and as unemployed applicants, we used to wait for Tuesday Guardian. You know, you don't do anything until you see it come. But now things are no longer the way, and this decline had led to most state-owned newspapers like Daily Star not just to go into comatose but to die. And the same way, even the federal government owned Daily Times, you don't see it on daily basis. Guinea Nigeria is dead. So now we see regional papers that are owned by private individuals like the Sun serving the Southeast. Where is the Daily Champion? Where is the Anambra newspaper?
And many of them.
And so on and so forth. So you can look at it like that. You can also see the new media dimension, the social media thing you said. You may be waiting for a story for confidence before you know it. It's already there out there.
Yes, and you see, if we have to continue, I think this topic would require a whole lot of time to be dissected effectively. But at the same time, what should the media do in all of this with the pros and the cons, with the challenges and what favors the media practitioners? What will they do to effectively drive home the problems of Nigeria in a few seconds, so that we'll be able to round off?
Media organizations must collaborate with leaders of the trade union groups in the media to think of sponsorship of training and retraining programs. Journalists, whether you are at the managerial cadre or at the middle cadre or whatever cadre, must come together to look at the roles expected of media practitioners. Because if Nigeria goes bad, the media will have part of the blame.
If Nigeria goes bad, the media will have part of the blame. That is the much we can take from this.
Is our time gone?
Yes, this edition of Arena. We have Dr. Maxwell Mekitingene. Each time he opens his trap, he writes a book, and then we have not allowed him for want of time to write that book. But we still thank you for being with us today on this edition.
Thank you, Rex.
For you, viewer, please watch arena at Aneke TV in every edition of it. We have to go now. Thank you for being there for us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will now begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. But they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below. Let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Morning headlines
before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone. It becomes stronger together.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Osowa. I am your companion on the journey of being a woman. But today we're talking about protecting your peace, protecting your space, protecting your self-space, protecting your energy. So yeah, we're talking about protecting your peace, but it can also mean protecting your safe space, your energy. And I recall back in the day when I would see people talk about protecting your energy, and then I'm just like, nope, I'm not listening, because I felt like protecting your energy had to be some metaphysical thing. But protecting your energy really is not even metaphysical. It's just the same thing as protecting your peace, protecting your safe space. Because when you protect your peace, you have your energy to do other things. So sometimes that's what it means. But let's talk about protecting your peace. Now, protecting your peace has to do with protecting yourself, protecting your emotional and mental well-being. It has to do with creating boundaries, setting limitations, setting standards that will make people not to cross a particular threshold, or people or situations or things not to get you to a particular point. So that's what it means. Basically, protecting your emotional and mental well-being, or creating systems that stops situations and people from getting you to a particular point of distress. So that's basically what it means to protect your peace, or protect your safe space, or protect your energy. There are a couple of reasons why you need to protect your peace and your energy. One, for your productivity. If you don't protect yourself, don't protect your peace, it often affects your productivity. You find your productivity declined, you're just not in the mood, you're just tired, those kind of things. Secondly, it has physical effects, which can result in tiredness. You are tired, you are anxious, anxiety. These are the physical effects that not protecting your peace can cause you. It can lead to burnout. You're just not there. You don't even know what's happening. You're just not there. It can cause something like that. You're burnt out, no ideas, no new creativity, nothing. You're just not feeling yourself, basically. Then it can cause identity crisis and unnecessary pressure. When I say identity crisis, you can be so much in distress, or your emotional well-being and your peace can be effed up so bad that you begin to live your life according to what other people want you to, or sometimes it can lead to you living your life according to other people's standards, not really your standards. Then it can also lead to poor decision making. When you are in that emotional state, you are not doing things because you want to. You are doing things because it's pleasing to others. You're just doing things to, you're not even in the right frame of mind to be making a decision in the first place. Let's just use, for instance, someone is injured, rushed to the hospital. Oftentimes, they will not tell that person that is in the hospital in distress to sign so and so form for a particular surgery or a particular method of treatment that is going to be taken. They will ask somebody close to that person to sign it, because they know that person is not in the emotional frame of mind to be signing such documents. So yes, when you are emotionally distressed, when you are not protecting your peace, it could lead to poor decision making. Another thing is that it can lead to strained relationships. Now, when I say strained relationships, is in two parts. It can lead to you maybe snapping at wrong people. You are getting angry at someone for something somebody else has done to you. It can also lead to, you just one day you have been carrying this thing on your mind for this person, like this person has been offloading on you, and one day you just snap. It can also lead to you gaining weight. And when I say gaining weight, some people, this falls under the physical effects, because some people are emotional eaters. So when they are just in that headspace, the next thing they think of is food. They want to have something in their mouth, they want to eat, they want to munch on this, they want to munch on that. And you know what happens? Yeah, that's that. These are some of the consequences that you get when you allow yourself, or you do not protect your emotional peace, you do not protect your peace, your energy. And it can also lead to, worrying. You worry a lot about things that you can't control, things that you can't do anything to stop. You just find yourself worrying, you worry a lot. These are the things that can cause you. Now let's talk about how to protect your peace. Now the ways you can protect your peace, sometimes it means cutting people off. Yes, I know none of us want to cut people off, but sometimes it means cutting people off. And if you can't cut them off, limiting their access to you, or limiting your access to them, whichever way you want to put it. It could be, let's say, someone in your life that constantly criticizes you. Everything you do, the person is criticizing you. Once you tell that person something, they are criticizing the way you did it, how you did it, why you did it, all those things. Sometimes you just need to stop telling that person things so that you reduce that criticism and feel better about yourself. Now, I had this friend some time ago that out of all her siblings, she felt like she was the ugly one out of all of them, like she was the imperfect one. And this girl is a speckle. Like, if you bring all the family sets out together, they are all beautiful people, don't get me wrong, in the family. But she's set, like she's looking good, she's a gorgeous girl, but she had that mindset that every other person is better than her. And that thing from like banters and the kind of conversations they will have, that kind of thing. And she never stood up for herself. Her siblings would just say, oh, look at how you're looking like this so person that is so ugly. Ah, look at your nose, oh, look at your mouth, oh, look at your chin, just looking at this person. Making that reference. And it often led to this girl thinking that maybe I'm not that pretty, maybe I'm not that beautiful. But she never spoke up for herself. And this is what not protecting your peace can do. You just tend to carry on identity that are not yours, that are other people's own, because you are accepting or you're tolerating of what they are doing. Another way of you protecting your peace can sometimes look like you limiting your social interactions. When I say social interactions, I mean social media. Now, if you go online, you will see a lot of posts telling you, hate men, you're married this, you're married that, you're married this, you're married that, a young girl this, a young girl that, you do this, do that, do this, do that, motherhood this, motherhood that. And sometimes when you carry all those things, when you hear all those things, it becomes overwhelming to you. And sometimes you begin to act it out in your personal life. Those things are not really necessarily true. So those people are not really satisfied to give those advices or share those. They don't even know what they are talking about. They just want to trend on social media. They just want to get views. They just want to get likes. They just want to get comments. They want to stir up. There was something we call rage baiting. When you say something that you know that people are going to disagree with, just to get traction or reaction on your page. So these people are just looking for that traction. They just want to meet. They just want to get paid. They are looking for money. But then you internalize what they are saying and you start practicing it in your home. Maybe they tell you that motherhood is a burden, motherhood is this, motherhood is that. And you see yourself, it shows up in your reality. Motherhood becomes hard for you, becomes difficult, becomes a burden. Your partner becomes a burden. It becomes someone that is no longer supportive, but trying to weigh you down. Not necessarily because they are, but because this is something you've heard over time on social media, and then you are interpreting it in your personal life. So sometimes it looks like you cutting off content like this, creators like these, people that share this sort of opinion that would get you to that point. It also leads to limiting your social interaction in terms of the particular people you influence with. This one comes on WhatsApp or sometimes Instagram. People that they start posting. Don't get me wrong, they are posting that they are getting married, they are posting that they have kids, they just got a new car, they just started a business, they just packed 1 million orders, they just did this, they just purchased a land, they just bought gold, all these things, they went on vacation. It's a lot. And sometimes if you don't have things going on for you at that point, it can be triggering, and it just puts you in that state of distress. So what I do for me is, when I notice that okay, this kind of person's post is triggering something in me, I'm happy for them, but then it's touchy. I just tend to mute you for a particular period in time, just for me to get myself back. So you could mute a particular person or people on your WhatsApp status, on your Instagram, just so that you don't see all their posts for the meantime and it doesn't affect your mental well-being or mental health. It can also be like you saying no to things. There are things that people will ask you to do. Oh no, I can't. No is a complete sentence. I know that when you say no, they tell you why, or you go up and the people trying to antagonize you for refusing to do things. But one of the things that you need to learn as an adult is that no is a complete sentence, and sometimes just no, I can't. Saying no, it often helps.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sometimes it has to do with you choosing yourself or prioritizing your rest. There are times when you're just so exhausted, and you know that everybody is looking at you. Girl, keep doing this, keep doing that, but you're exhausted. You just need rest. You know that you need to get rest. Just go and take that rest. Go and rest for 30 minutes, for 1 hour, and gain yourself back. Not trying to fulfill what another person is looking on to you to do. So protecting your peace it's a lot, but it's also a small thing. It's you knowing yourself, knowing what triggers you, what can get you to this edge, what can push you over, and then avoiding those things, creating a system that would help you avoid those things. If it's somebody that tends to trigger you with the things they say, limit your interaction with that person. If that person is family, try as much as you can to still limit your conversation with that person. If it is a situation, maybe someone invites you to a particular thing, and you know that the way they treat you when they invite you to things, you don't like them. Next time they invite you for something, you say no. Sometimes it looks for people sharing when you want to do something. Yes, this one is important. When you want to do something and you share with people around you, you're hoping for support, but then they try to tell you that, okay, no, I don't think this is going to work. Not necessarily because it's going to work, but they're just negative about what you want to do. And you find out that each time you talk to them and they tell you this, you tend to not do that. Stop telling them. And then there are other people that all they do is they call you and they tell you all their problems. They never just call you for you guys to have a light conversation. It's always about pouring their problems on you. When you notice, and if you're someone that tends to internalize problems, someone like me now, when you keep dumping problems at me, I tend to soak it up. I'm like a sponge. I soak it up, I carry it on my head, it start bothering me. I start thinking of what's going on in this person's life. Like, it just bothers me a lot. So I tend to cry things a lot. And because I know that I tend to cry things a lot, sometimes when I notice that you always bother me, sometimes I'll just excuse myself. Because I know that I'm like a foam. Let me just say a foam. I'm soaking in all of this and I don't want to do that. Because at times, most times it's definitely going to work out for you. But I've already killed myself worrying about you or worrying for you or trying to go the extra mile for you, trying to even bankrupt myself to see that you are okay. So knowing that this is my trigger, I tend to back off a bit. Or I tend to, when I'm overwhelmed, I'm just like, shh, calm down, chill. You create systems by removing these sorts of people from your life. People that are always coming to you. When they're happy, they don't come home. When things are going well for them, they don't come to you. But when the slightest sight of trouble comes, that's when they remember that you exist and they just want to pour their problems on you. Sometimes, this can look like you worrying about things that you can't change. When I find situations that I can't change, I can't do anything, but I'm going to worry. But as a human being, you can't help yourself but worry about things. When I find myself in this predicament, I often try to pray about it. I try to use the word of God. There is something like I think Jeremiah 37 or 30:37, either Jeremiah 30:37 or Jeremiah 37, that says that I'm with the Lord. Is there anything too hard for me to do? So when I find myself in this and I'm worrying, I just tell myself, is there anything too hard for God to do? No, there's nothing. And it just calms me down and I keep proceeding with my life. Protecting your peace is underrated. If you protect your peace, you are productive, you are in your space, you are happy, you blossom, you feel contented with what you have, you're focusing on the future, on how to make things better, on creative energy, creative thinking, creative mindset, positivity. That's what happens when you protect your peace. So this year, I know that we talked a lot about achieving goals, achieving the goals that we set for ourselves in this year 2026. But to achieve those goals, to create those boundaries that we talked about in creating boundaries, you can check our previous episodes. To actively participate even in the upcoming elections, sometimes it means you protecting your peace and protecting your energy from influencers that will try to influence you to vote for this candidate or do this or do that. Sometimes you just need to protect your peace and limit your interactions with them. Then you make up your mind on what you want to do and you focus and you do it. So I implore you that on this episode, take the time out, know what you can do to protect your peace. Is it people that you need to cut off? Is it people that you need to distance yourself from? Is it situations that you need to remove yourself from? Sometimes it's even organizations or groups that you find yourself in, and they're just pressuring you, and causing you to be in emotional distress. Find out what that trigger, that edge, that stopping point is for you, and protect your peace. Channel your energy to positive things, to contentment, to productivity. Alright? Yeah. I think I said it all. So let's go to our bowl of words. We'll pick a word, and whatever that word is, we'll just talk lightly on it and we'll proceed. So I want my eyes to be closed. So this is something we've gotten previously before. It says you are given this life because you are strong enough to live it. You are living this life because you're strong enough to live it. There is nobody in this world that you can't live without. So there are times I tell myself that, oh my God, how are people surviving without their partners? How do people survive without their parents? How do people survive with their siblings? But the truth is, God created us independent. That is the truth. Yeah, we say that a person is off an island. That is true. But there is nobody in this life that you can't do without or you can't live without. You can live without anybody. You can live without anybody. If parents or moms can leave their children and they are doing bubbling fine in their newfound life and their children are also thriving, you can live without anybody. So when you notice that someone is a constant source of distress to your life, cut that person off. A situation, sometimes even a job. When a particular job does nothing but compounds your problem, you just need to leave that job. So you are strong enough. You are given this life because you're strong enough to live it. Yes, you are strong enough to take the decision to protect your peace, your energy, your mental and your emotional well-being. And I truly hope that you are strong enough to do this and you take the bull by the horn and do this. Because on the other side is beauty, on the other side is love, on the other side is peace. Peace is underrated. On the other side is peace. You sleep, you have positive dreams. Even if you want to have dreams, you're not seeing that particular situation, but someone like me, when something happens, I can dream about that particular situation in 1001 ways and I don't have rest. So on the other side is peace, joy, productivity, creativity, and zeal. So just take advantage of that. Alright, my name is Chidima Asoba and this is Dear Woman. Remember that Dear Woman shows on Aneke TV every Wednesday and Saturday. Make sure to watch, make sure to like, and make sure to drop a comment or share this video to someone that you believe this topic of protecting their peace is going to be relevant to. I love you. Bye.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the landscape of African literature, the name Chinua Achebe rises like a tall and Iroko tree, deeply rooted in culture, wisdom, and truth. A storyteller of rare brilliance, Achebe used the gentle but powerful force of words to restore Africa's voice and dignity in the global conversation of humanity. Born in 1930 in Ogidi, Anambra State, Nigeria, Achebe came at a time when Africa was largely portrayed through distorted colonial narratives. With the precision of a craftsman and the insight of a philosopher, he turned literature into a mirror through which Africa could see itself clearly, and through which the world could finally understand Africa on his own terms. His timeless masterpiece, Things Fall Apart, published in 1958, did more than tell a story. It reclaimed a civilization. Through the life of Okonkwo and the rhythms of Igbo society, Achebe revealed the beauty, complexity, and moral order that existed in African communities long before colonial disruption. Achebe believed deeply that storytelling carries a moral duty. To him, literature was not merely entertainment, it was a tool of cultural restoration and social reflection. Through his works, he reminded Africans that a people who lose the power to tell their own story risk losing their identity. His writings often confronted the failures of leadership in post-independence Africa. In his reflective work, The Trouble with Nigeria, Achebe argued with striking clarity that Nigeria's greatest challenge was neither land nor people, but the persistent problem of poor leadership and lack of accountability. Achebe's life embodied enduring values, intellectual honesty, cultural pride, moral courage, and creative vision. With calm authority and literary elegance, he used the pen to question injustice, challenge corruption, and awaken the conscience of society. Through the power of creative thinking, Achebe transformed literature into a bridge between history and the future, between tradition and modernity. His voice helped to reshape how Africa was perceived across the world, inspiring generations of writers, thinkers, and leaders. For today's leaders, Achebe's legacy offers profound lessons. Leadership must be guided by integrity, wisdom, and responsibility to the people. Nations must preserve their cultural identity while building progress. And above all, leaders must understand that truth, spoken with courage, remains the foundation of lasting development. Chinua Achebe showed humanity that words, when guided by wisdom and conscience, can challenge injustice, reshape narratives, and inspire transformation. Echoes of the past, where the voices of great minds continue to illuminate the path of history.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.